It's Vlog TV. Musta po, host? Good afternoon po. Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Uh, Today, I was asked to make a substantial live stream. So, sana po nakita nyo sa thumbnail ko na dikitan is optional today. I'll be reading a book by Mandino, which titled A Better Way to Live. Boring po ito, kaya pwede po kayong Salamat po sa thumbs up. So, the title of the book is A Better Way to Live by Mandino. Part 1, Lessons from My Past. I learned this, at least by experiment, that if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with success unexpected in common hours. From Toru Walden. Good afternoon, Highlandera. Diyos me. Sana nakita mo yung thumbnail, ah. Maraming salamat sa thumbs up. Choice. The key is choice. You have options. Sakto, ah. You need not spend your life wallowing in failure, ignorance, grief, poverty, shame, and self-pity. There is a better way to live. According to Mandino, The Choice. You're free to leave. Boring to. Pass. Thanks, Hyla. Nagustuhan mo ba yung mensahe ko sa'yo? May kasamang mga alien, aray ko. Napakan niya naman ako. Wait lang. Huy. Quiet naman. Outside muna. Okay, so at the rate we're going, parang matagal to. Wala isang minuto. Gawin mo naman 3 minutes. Ikaw naman. Part 1. There was only one customer in Don June's Scottdale Barbershop. And he... ano ba to? Paano ako matatapos nito? And he couldn't help overhearing my announcement to Don that I was finally golfed out and ready to commence work on my next book, one that would be based primarily on material from keynote speeches that I delivered many times each year to corporate and association conventions. Ayan, Highlandera, nagbaba ng bahay si Wids Vlog. Kanta ka na. Bawal kumanta. In all my writing and speech making throughout the years, I am forever reminding my audiences that, like the laws of nature, gravity, and physics, the true principles of success have been with us for thousands of years. Thank you for the house, Wids Vlog TV. Highlandera, baka you want to connect to Wids Vlog? Ay, bakit hubo na ako? Ay, ba't ka nahubuan, Queen J? Thank you, Queen J. Ayan, meron ka na ulit sa lawal, Queen J. They have never changed, and these old principles will always work for you, or against you, no matter how you are trying to live your life. Unfortunately, Anong bawal kumanta? Nagpis ka pa ba sa aso mo? Hindi na. Tamo nga, nagbabasa na nga ako. Musta ka? Sabi ni Queen J ni Airback. Thank you Queen J for coming. Tsaka Highlandera, tsaka si Wids Vlog. Si Wids Vlog, pakipuntahan nyo nga, lapag ng bahay. Teka lang, nawalan ako ng ilaw. May sipon ka, umiyak ka. Ano? Sinusitis. Mainit eh. Naririnig ba singhot ko? Pasensya naman. Pasensya na po. Sandali lang ah. Nagsimula lang ako magbasa, dumami na yung singhot. So yun, to continue. Unfortunately, we're living in an age that often seems to be traveling faster than the speed of light. We're all looking for fast answers to our problems, easy solutions, quick fixes, free launches, elevators to success. On this futile search for philosopher's stone that will somehow magically transform our daily efforts into trunks of gold has blinded us to the old laws that have always worked and always will work. Even though they're still right under our Milyonaryong Ujamot Tusok ho. Salamat milyonaryo. Gandang Mita, Highlandera, congratulations, sabi po ni Gandang Mita. Salamat po sa pagpasok. Ngayon, nagbaba po ng bahay si Gandang Mita. Pakitamsak po, thanks, sabi ni Gandang Mita. Salamat po, Gandang Mita, sabi ni Highlandera. Si Queen J ni Airback nagbabari ng bahay. Guys, pakitusok-tusukan nyo na nga po sarili nyo. Dan tamsak, sabi po ni Highlandera, Igolate. Salamat, salamat. Kumain na po kayo. Kain po kayo ng tanghalian. Huwag nyo lang po akong pansinin dito. They're still right under our noses. We no longer recognize them, and so they have become secrets. How sad. Although I planned in the new book to introduce and then explain these ancient principles and how they could be applied by my readers to change their lives almost immediately for the better, both my publisher, Bantam Books, and I felt that I should have a different title then. The Greatest Secrets of Success, which is how my speech has always been built and promoted. But what? Several agonizing weeks passed while we toss ideas around with little progress. For most authors, writing without a title is no big deal. Sabi ni Queen J, Hyla, Ate Mita, sabi ni Queen J, ni Airback. Highlandera Golate. Queen, asa na video nyo? Gandang Mita, Airback mega love shoutout. Salamat, sabi ni Queen J ni Airback. Bukas gawa kami ni AGT, haha, sabi ni Queen J ni Airback. Highlandera, basahin mo na lang. Basahin mo na lang ng tahimik host. Sige lang, mag-message ka, may message yan. Babasahin ko to, balak. Nawala ako, nakalimutan ko na saan ako. Haha, Hyla, sabi ni Airback. Try rin magbasa ganyan sa LS ko, haha, sabi ni Queen J ni Airback. Sige, pagtawanan niyo ako. Pag natapos ko tong libro, bahala kayo. Ang ba? Hirap naman singhot-singhot. Puno na tenga ko, sabi ni Highlandera. Puno ng ano, tulala. Tulala o tulali? I've always needed a title first. A banner? A banner? Hirap. Hirap pala nito. Wish I could rally my thoughts and feelings constantly. Not only when I was at the typewriter, but tingnan mo, typewriter pa siya no, no? Computer na ngayon, but also when I was away from it. Sabi ni Helandera Igolate, nagbabasa ng ako libro una, hindi natapos dahil pinalitan ni Whitey. Sabi ni Queen Janie Airbach, Ate Mita, nasuklian ko na po yung nagdikit galing sa'yo. Salamat po. Pasilip ko and ka na 6 minutes ago. Haha, busy. Bakit pinalitan, Hyla? Sabi ni Queen Janie Airbach. Commencing with the greatest salesman in the world. Nabasa ko rin to. In 1967, I've always known the title of all 13 of my books before I've ever typed and first sentence of chapter. Parang puro sa kanya to. Lipat kaya tayo ng chapter. Mr. Og Mandino, I think your books are great, sabi nila. Wala nang oras. Yoko to. Niiyak naman yung aso sa baba. Saan ba nagsimula yung magandang issue nito? Sige, part 2 na lang. Walang kwenta yung part 1. Part 2 na lang. Now that we know you and I will be spending some time together, I suggest we do it right here in my studio, the room that my kids all call Dad's Word Factory. I'll sit where I'm always sitting when I'm in here at my desk, and during your visits you can relax in that old wing chair facing me. I'll talk for the most part and you listen, okay? Remember Henry David Thoreau admonition in his great classic Walden? He told us that if we have built castles in the air, our work need not be lost. For what is there, they should be. Wala nang request na lang po to, Lapiti Prince. Ay! Hinahanap ko nga kanina yung The Little Prince eh. Baka nandun sa kabilang cabinet, hindi ko na yun nga gusto kong basahin eh. The Little Prince. Para maikli lang. Kasi hindi ko makita. Maganda to. Maganda. Nabasa ko na to eh. Hanap. Dali. Hindi ko makita. Natatamad ako magbuklat. Saan nilagay yun? Bukas na lang. Ay, hindi pala ako mag-ano bukas. Sa Monday na lang, The Little Prince. Ang daming books eh, baka kung ano pa mabasa ko, baka hindi na ako mag-LS. Pag nagbulat-lat pa ako ng books. I'm going to share with you some powerful tools that you can use, not only to construct your castles, but also to erect their permanent substructure. You're about to learn how to turn many of your dreams into reality, but you must listen with an open mind and an open heart, and then be prepared to act. All the noble thoughts, magnificent plans, and secrets of achievement in the world are of little value, unless and until they are put into action. Our worth is always determined by our deeds, not by our good intentions, however noble. Several years ago, while touring the nation to promote one of my books, I appeared on television show in Houston. As soon as I had settled in my seat on stage and the audience applause had subsided, Steve Edwards, the show host, held up my latest book and asked, Og, what will this new book of yours do for me? Fair question. But I was still taken aback by Steve's straightforwardness. No one on all of the programs in all the cities had hit me with that one. I hesitated for a moment, collected my thoughts, and finally replied, "Probably not very much." Hi, Ate Nancy! Thank you po sa thumbs up. Mega love shoutout. Ay, oh, ay, huy! Ano nang gagawa nyo? Si Almond naman. Nawala na naman yung ilaw ko tuloy. Ay, kasi, sino yan channel? Good afternoon. Host, message mo ito. Mahini. Opo, Subiron, help kanya sa WH. Salamat po, Tina yan. Saan si GEGT? Sabi ni na Ate Nancy. Bakit nawala ng jacket si ano? Hindi ko pa po nakita si AGT, Ate Nancy. Si Airback pa lang po nandyan. Busy-busy daw po. Ay, naku, nahulog. Almond! Mon! Sana. Ayun tuloy, napunta ako sa Widow's Web. Widow agad. Ano ba ang Widow's Web? Alam ko dark web, pero Widow's Web hindi ko alam. Na-widow ka agad. First, jump ako. First, you must be willing to admit that there are one or more categories of your life. Career, marriage, goals, finances, self-esteem, happiness, children, to name just a few, where things could certainly stand some improvement. This is not difficult. None of us have attained divine perfection. Even though we may fool others, we can never really hide the truth from ourselves. We know where we were lacking. Ate Nancy, sabi po ni Highlandera. Now, having made some sort of mental tally of the debits in your life, you have put yourself in the proper, receptive frame of mind necessary to extract full value from the self-help book. Highlandera, mega love shoutout, sabi po ni Ate Nancy. Self-help book you are reading. Whether it was penned by Pele or Gibran or Maltz or Hill or Stone or Mandino, perhaps how? By accepting the possibility that the author just may have something valuable to share with you, that perhaps he or she just acquired through many years of study. Ano yan? Ano yan binabasa mo ho? Sabi ni Ate Nancy. Ano po? A Better Way to Live ni Og Mandino. Sana matulog na tong dalawa. Naguguluha ako. Hindi ako ang ingay nitong kutkot nitong dalawa kong anghel dito. Ano naman, Mon? Sige, daan kayo dyan. Inaantok ko sa binabasa mo ho, sabi ni Nancy, Ate Nancy. Okay lang, Tinans, tulog ka lang dyan. Busy mo lang to. BG mo lang. Kanta ka na lang dyan, haha. Iyo ko lalatiguhin ako ni Lolo, Ate Nans. Nasa tent ka ba? Oo. Na-enjoy nila dito sa tent eh. Mas gusto nila dito kaysa sa pag yung open lang. Airbox, sabi ni Ate Nancy. And of course, it doesn't hurt your advisor's credentials if there happen to be few million satisfied readers as reference. Si AJT asan, sabi ni Ate Nancy. One more condition, grit your teeth if you must, and admit to yourself that path on which you have been traveling in your search for happiness, success, wealth, peace of mind, or whatever doesn't seem to be leading anywhere. While the pages of your life seem to be turning at a faster and faster clip, if you can willingly accept that synopsis of your affairs, if your way just has not been working, then ask yourself what you have to lose if you follow some ideas and suggestions from Og that might, just might, enable you to discover a better way to live for you and those you love. Nakasakay sa brief niya. Sabi ni Airback. Di ko alam, wala reply sa message ko. Busy yun, sabi ni Queen J. Airback. Sabi niya. I want a genuine commitment from you. A sincere promise that you will really work at the principles I'm going to share with you. No lip service and no false pride. Remember that nobody makes it alone. All of us need help to grow, to achieve, or to recover from disaster. No man or woman is an island. There is absolutely no such person as a self-made man or woman. So please let me help you. Message mo kaya manang, sabi po ni Queen Jenny Airback. Tas nag-smile si Ate Nancy. You might be too young to remember her, but Lillian Roth was a superb entertainer who several decades ago, hindi ko nga siya kilaog, say her career drowned in a sea of booze. Years after her tragic downfall, the gripping story of Roth's struggle with alcohol was graphically told in a powerful book and film entertainment entitled I'll Cry Tomorrow. In many of her subsequent interviews, she confessed, again and again, how absolutely powerless she had been in trying to overcome her problem until she was finally able to utter three little words, I need help. We all need help. Nobody makes it alone. And I often recall in my speeches and partially apocryphal but poignant tale of Albert and Albert Dürer that my late friend and mentor, Louis Bintok, hindi ko kilala itong mga sinasabi niya, Revered Rabbi of Chicago Temple Shalom, shared with me many years ago. Kinig lang ako dito inaantok ako, sabi ni Ate Nancy. BG ho, sige lang Ate Nancy, thank you. Back in the 15th century, tingnan mo, 15th century pa, in a tiny village near Nuremberg, lived a family with 18 children. Dami, 18! In order merely to keep food on the table for this mob. The father and head of the household, a goldsmith by profession, worked almost 18 hours a day at his trade and any other kind of paying chore he could find in the neighborhood. Para pa lang ako, 10 ang kain na tayo, sabi ni Highlandera. Kain ka na dali, subo mo ako. Despite their seemingly hopeless condition, two of Albert Dürer, the elder's children, had a dream. They both wanted to pursue their talent for art, but they knew full well that their father would never be financially able to send either of them to Nuremberg to study at the academy. Tumahimik ka muna. I-mute mo na lang. Paano ako matatapos? After many long discussions at night in their crowded bed, the two boys finally worked out a pact. They would toss a coin. The loser would go down into the nearby mines and, with his earnings, support his brothers while he attended the academy. Then, when the brother who won the toss completed his studies in 4 years, he would support the other brother at the academy, either with sales of his artwork or, if necessary, also by laboring in the mines. They toss a coin on a Sunday morning after church. Albert Dürer won the toss and went off to Nuremberg. Albert went down into dangerous mines and, for the next 4 years, financed his brother, whose work at the academy was almost an immediate cessation. Albert's etching, his woodcuts, and his oils were far better than those of most of his professors. And by the time he graduated, he was beginning to earn considerable fees for his commissioned works. When the young artist returned to his village, the Durer family held a festive dinner on their lawn. The Drifter, mega love, shout out Putugismo. Salamat po, The Drifter PH. Thank you for coming. Thank you po sa thumbs up, The Drifter. Naglabag po ng bahay si The Drifter. Baka gusto niyo pong tamsakan. After a long... thank you po, The Drifter. After a long and memorable meal, punctuated with much music and laughter, Albert rose from his honored position at the head of the table to drink a toast to his beloved brother for the years of sacrifice that had enabled Albert to fulfill his ambition. His closing words were, "And now, Albert, blessed brother of mine, now it is your turn. Now you can go to Nuremberg to pursue your dream, and I will take care of you." All heads turned in eager expectation to the far end of the table where Albert sat, tears streaming down in his pale face, shaking his lower head from side to side, while he sobbed and repeated over and over, "No, no, no, no." Finally, Albert rose and wiped the tears. Oy! Inside na lang kayo, inside. Mama ko. Bullet no. Bullet no. No, no, no. Ayan o. Ang gugulo. Ang gugulo kasi. Moon reading pa ako. Dali, play lang kayo ni Bullet. Kisses ko. Dali, outside ka na daw. Play lang kayo. Play na, Bullet. Ay, Mon. Ayan o, malalaglag Mon. Almond. Exciting na to. Ang gulo naman ni Almond. Finally, Albert rose and wiped the tears. Ay. Ala. Mon, stop nga. Ang gulo naman. Ulit inside ka. Natutumba na siya. Ako na matata. Hindi tayo matatapos. Subutin tayong gabi. Sige kayong dalawa. Sa kanila ko na lang tapat habang nag-aaway sila. Ang kulit. May gulay. Gulay patatas. Finally, Albert rose and wiped the tears from his cheeks. He glanced down the table at the faces he loved, and then, holding his hands close to his right cheek, he said softly, "No, brother, I cannot go to Nuremberg. It is too late for me. Look what 4 years in the mines have done to my hands. The bones in every finger have been smashed and at least once, and lately I have been suffering from arthritis so badly in my right hand." Ay, ang lungkot naman. that I cannot even hold a glass to return your toast, much less have delicate lines on parchment of canvas with a pen or brush. No, brother, for me it is too late. More than 450 years have passed. By now, Albert Dürer, the hundreds Albert Dürer's hundreds of masterful portraits, pen and silver point sketches, watercolors, charcoals, woodcuts, and copper engravings hang in every great museum in the world. But the odds are great that you, like most people, are familiar with the only one of Albert Dürer's work. More than merely being familiar with it, you very well may have a reproduction hanging in your home at the office. Asela, tamsak. Salamat po sa patamsak. One day, to pay homage to Albert for all that he has sacrificed, Albert Dürer painstakingly drew his brother's abused hands with palms together and thin fingers stretched skyward. He called this powerful drawing simply hands, but the entire world almost immediately opened their hearts to this great masterpiece and renamed this tribute of love the praying hands. Oy, siya pala yun. Oh, di natin alam yun. The next time you see a copy of that touching creation, take a second look. Let it be your reminder, if you still need one, that no one ever makes it alone. Of course, you don't have to try to make it alone. Whether your faith is great or almost non-existent, you still have your own set of praying hands. All you need to do whenever things get tough is just touch your palms together. Extend your fingers, raise your eyes and say, I need help. I've done it all at least 1,000 times in my life. Results? You might be surprised when you discover how close help is if you just ask for it. For now, it's you and me. That others, sorry. Yung mga dogs ko kasi. That other special help will always be there for you. Believe me, but you've only got me for a little while. So let's get on with this rewarding project for changing your life for the better. Part 3. Yay, naka part 3 na ako ha. Now, before you test the comfort of that old chair, let me give you a hasty tour of this room where I spend so much of my time. I want you to feel completely at ease with me. Hindi pala nakatama siya. Uy, salamat po sa mga nakabidyo dyan. Tulog lang po kayo. And perhaps the best way to get you in that frame of mind is by walking you around this cluttered space that is filled with so many books. Keepsakes, photos, mementos, and relics of my years. Hopefully, as you view and touch a few souvenirs of my life, you will begin to look upon me as an old and trusted friend. And it will then be much easier for you to accept my ideas. Careful where you step. Those are stacks of new books that I expect to read in the next few months. And next to them on the carpet are several books, manuscripts recently sent. Uh, Grab Gamer, hi, hello, Grab, thank you for coming. Acela, may I go out, ma'am? Sure! By all means, Acela, thank you for coming. Both friends and strangers seeking testimonials. I find it almost impossible to turn them down, and yet, if I'm not careful, I can spend all my waking hours doing nothing but reading manuscripts and writing complimentary sentences for books, jackets. See this stack of long sheets on the top of the pile? That is a recently received set of gallery proof for a new book titled Impartial Judgment, written by an old friend, National Football League referee Jim Tooney. I've just sent his publisher my testimonial. Few people, even close friends, are allowed in this studio. Yes, you are special. However, several years ago, during Mon, maguguho yung bahay natin. Si Almam naman. Nawala ako. However, right about where you are now. And he was staring at my desk and typewriter with a strange expression on his face, puzzled. I finally asked, Jim, what's wrong? The only man who has ever refereed 3 Super Bowls, with all their tremendous pressure and responsibility, just kept shaking head and smiling faintly. Nothing is wrong, Og. He almost whispered. I'm picking up such powerful vibes just being on this special room where all those great characters you write about came alive for the first time. Wow, someday, I'm going to write my book. Jim never lost sight of his dream. It took a while, but this is what his someday looks like. Gallery sheets for a book that will, I'm certain, become a bestseller. At Tinorms, mega mega love shoutout. Salamat po, Tinorms. As you can see, the walls, blinds, drapes, carpets, and upholstery in this room, located in the southwest corner of our house. Ay, may jacket ka na po. Ano nangyari? May jacket ka na po, Ate Norms. Nahulog. Yan. Ano nangyari? Ano nangyari? Nawawala ako sa ilaw. Hindi ko makita. As you can see, the walls, blinds, drapes, carpets, and upholstery in this room, located in the southwest corner of our home, are all in tans, browns, and blacks. When my wife, Beth, was trying to help select a color, mega love shoutout to all, sabi po ni Madam Elma. She said that it really didn't matter what we picked for his room, since she knew I'd have all available space covered with memorabilia of one sort or another before long. Wow, my storytelling. Reading books lang po, ma'am. This so-called studio of mine, close by the kitchen and pantry, measured only 12 by 19. Whenever I begin to feel crowded, I just remind myself that the entire interior of the house that my favorite author, Toto, built near Walden Pond was only 10 by 15. And he never explained about lack of room. That's great. Thank you po. That wall out to your left, as you entered, is my bragging place. Since even the cleaning lady stays away from this room at her request, I don't feel too self-conscious about the ostentatious display you see before. Actually, I'm very proud of every item hanging there. This is the Napoleon Hill Gold Medal that I received in 1983 for literary achievement. And next to it is the lovely plaque. BG lang po on the way to school. Salamat po sa BG, Ma'am Elma. The lovely plaque that was presented to me when I became the 13th individual inducted into the International Speakers Hall of Fame a year later. Below them, as you can see, is a large collage created by Beth, made up of more than 40 family photographs, all fitted together in a lovely mosaic of 4 hour years. It hung in the Chicago office during all the years. I headed Success Unlimited magazine. Moving along, I'm sure you recognize most of the subjects in these frame photos autographed to me. Jimmy Stewart, Norman Vincent Paley, Michael Jackson, Joey Bishop, Frank Gifford, Rudy Valley, Art Link Letter, Chuck Perry, Robert Cummings, Colonel Acela. Madam Elms, may guro dito. Sabi po ni Acela. The 1919 Saturday Evening Post cover depicting a golfer sneaking out of his office with his clubs on his shoulder is from my oldest son, Dana, and below it are framed certificates attesting to my listing on who's who in America and who's in the world, as well as my membership in the Organization of Amazing Men. Inclusion in the yabang naman ni Og Mandino. Inclusion in the Dami Awards. Hindi naman yabang. Larry, Human Resources for the American Heritage Research Association and the National Speakers Association Council of Peers and Awards Excellence, the highest speaking honor of the association bestows. The most important and priceless award displayed on that wall, however, is that framed drawing with accompanying letter put together by my younger son, Matt. For a second grade project 15 years ago, in the large block letters, as you can see, my dad is printed on buff cardboard, and beneath the words is a drawing of a man with a baseball hat, wearing a large glove, and with a bat at his feet. All this is on pedestal that reads, "The Most Valuable Father Award to Mr. Ogmandino from his son." The letter to the right of the drawing proclaims the following by Matt Mandino. My most valuable father. He was elected for this award for playing catch with me when my brother wouldn't. He is quite a good athlete for a 50-year-old man. Once he climbed a 6-foot fence to play baseball with me in the field, and he got the baseball down from the roof. One time I was trying to get my kite up in the air, but I couldn't do it. So when he came home, he got it so high it got tangled up in the telephone wire. I don't know about you, but I think my father is the greatest, Matt. Pasted between the drawing and the letter is a ribbon mark award excellence from Matt's teacher. When Matt finally brought it home and presented it to me, I could not have been prouder. I hugged him and I guess I cried a little. That shook him up. Galing natin Nancy ah. Hasta matapos alas mo, basa lang ng basa host. Oo, wala akong gagawin kundi magbasa atin Nancy. Sige lang. Okay lang, tinatulo na sipon mo. Sinusupong ako ng ano, Nancy. Sinusitis. On this low bookcase, beneath all these pictures and awards, are 30 plus years of boxes of photographs, slides, and albums. Plus a couple of cameras. On the floor is another pile. Framed award and citations, lovingly given to me by the groups of industry associations that I've recently addressed. There's just one more room on any of these walls, as you can see, but somehow I can't bring myself to pack them away. That three-shelf bookcase next to the corner. I'm reading. You don't like? You want to read? Oh, you read. You want to read? Inside there. Come. You want to read? I want to eat. Dan eating na. Dahan-dahanin mo naman. Ay, sorry po. Nakikinig pala kayo. Kala ko walang nakikinig kasi. Gusto daw kasi ay, anong kinakain niya si ano? Ako na matata. No, Mon, give me to me. Give! No! No, Mon, give! Sandali lang po. Give, Mon. Give. 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 Give eh. Iaan mo talaga pasaway. Ay, kukunin. Sleep muna kayo. Sleep muna, Bullet. Kiss ko. Kisses. Kisses naman yan. Kisses naman. Kabminero channel, tamsak dan. Salamat po. Ano daw? After that, there's a follow-up question, so be ready, kids. Mega love shoutout Hilandera, sabi ni Cap Minero. Ay, sabi ni... Yung question, sabi ni Ma'am Elma. host will prepare some questions, sabi ni Elma. Wala akong questions. Kabinero, naggera ng Russia. Ay, naku, sorry. Ayan. Uy, hala, nawala ako. What? Ay, si Kap, hindi ka nagbabasa ng news. Kahapon po, the darkest morning of Ukraine was yesterday. So, where were we? Those two files, Guillermo Watson. Pakisipan nga po iyan. Bullet no! This is Hakuna Matata. You see it? Yan. Very good. Very good bullet ko, see. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you know. So, you know. Russia invaded Europe, Sabi mo ni Queen Janie Airbach, Russia invaded Ukraine na. Yes. Kahapon ng maga. Kahapon ng hapon sa atin, morning sa kanila. China aggressive na rin sa Pinas, Cap Minero. Tagal na yun aggressive, Cap. Okay, since hosts have no prepared questions, I will prepare 5 easy questions, sabi ni Elma. Madam, di ba on the way ka po sa school? Those two file cabinets, to continue. Madam Elm, si Acela. Those two file cabinets in the corner once contained, among other things, the original copies of all my books, manuscripts, but I finally got smart, and they are now stored in a vault. Butting up against the windowsill on this south wall is a long... Mami, I go out, haha. Bye. Sige po, Kap Minero. Bye-bye, sabi ni Ma'am Elma. Bye po. Salamat po sa pagpasok tsaka sa thumbs up. May go out din po. Toilet lang. Sabi ni Queen J. Ni Airbag. Uy, sige, mag-go out na kayo. Mawawala lang ako na student. Okay lang po yan. Wala lang ako magawa. Sabi po kasi gumawa ako ng substantial streaming. Di ito magbasa. The 60s. Narrated by... Hanging on the wall next to the window is a photo of me and by B-24 crew before we commence our 30 mission combat ordeal over Germany in 1943. Ay, sumali pala siya sa gera. My certificate of promotion to the rank of the first lieutenant, a 3-dimensional plaque of Durer, the praying hands, a large silver scroll that needs polishing engraved to org Mandino. Joke, sabi ni Cap Minero. Russia ang Ukraine has long dispute because of the history they were been part of USSR long ago. Tama po kayo, Cap Minero. The Spirit of St. Louis and the framed calligraphic antique parchment of the salesman's prayer from my book, The Greatest Salesman in the World. Ay, nabasa ko to. The Greatest Salesman in the World. No, I don't own a word processor yet. This vintage 1965 IBM, the desktop extension, has typed all 13 of my books. Although I did write the first draft of Greatest Salesman in 1966. Next subject, history, Acela. Sabi na Acela. Sige lang, sabi mo kung anong history gusto mo. On a portable Olivetti, which I still have. Meron dati kaming Olivetti. Before we could save enough money to buy this second-hand Selectric. Resting on my desk is an framed copy of a painting of Jesus by Ralph Paulette Coleman. Antok na ako. Tulog na po, Acela. It was a gift to me almost 15 years ago from the chaplain of Scottsdale Memorial Hospital. Note that the pose is of Jesus resting his arms on a table, his hands clasped, as if he were the chairman of the board calling a meeting to order. I write at night, often from 10 to dawn, sa subject na ito. Nakikinig po ako, Teacher Puto. Wala ba recess? Sabi ni Airbag. Ma'am plus 10 pag bumili ng tosino, sabi ni Cap Minero. And for many years, I have always placed. Parang hindi na ganon, Cap Minero. Mataas na sweldo ng mga teachers ha. Lagot ka kay Ma'am Elma. Light in the face of Jesus. And for many years, I have always placed my palm lightly on the face of Jesus. Whenever I finish and whispered good night, boss, just because I turned the lights out. Attached by scotch tape to the wall above my desk is a strip of photos of Matt and Dana mugging for an arcade camera when they were young. A Polaroid shot of Dana with his lovely wife, Carol, and their children, Daniel and Ryan, whom I adore. A gorgeously engraved multicolor mint 1 peso Mexican note now worth 1 is to 2,500 of a dollar. And thank you letter to mom and dad from Matt when he moved away from home and into an Arizona State University dormitory. And Kap, grabe sa Tosina. Anong subject ito ka boring? Sabi ni Acela. Sabi ni Mama. Yes, of course, you can read it. I've already cleared it with her. Hi, I love you. Yung date, January 18, 1980. Hi, I love you. Don't let yourself get down. Yesterday was just his way of telling you he wants you to take a different approach. Just relax. He'll provide a map with a very clear route. You're not his only problem. Keep the faith and he'll be back to you shortly. Never let us down. Don't start doubting him now. Have a super day. Your bestie. Sulat yun kay Mandino. With support. Dati nga, chocolate sabi ni Cap Minero. Ew. Cap Minero, parang ano pa yun? Noong unang panahon. Parang the teachers nowadays are more respectable. But they're selling those things not because they're not respectable. They're selling it pero just to augment for the living. Pero parang tingin ko the teachers are highly professional nowadays. Lagi may plus 5 dahil sa chocolate bigay sa crush. Nung panahon yan, Tito Mr. Cap Minero. With support like that, it's difficult to fail. Yes, I know that in basket, on the left corner of my desk is a stack high with mail. Always is, I receive on the average slightly over 100 letters each week. Og Mandino, nabuboard ako sa chapter mo. Wow, talking novela. Talking novela. Suddenly, I don't need a answer. Ay, dun tayo sa rules. Heartbreak, tragedy, financial na. Jajump ako sa ano. Part 2, rules to live by. Mamaya babasahin ko na lang yung ano. Sa part 2 na lang ko. Ginamp ko yung part 1, naboboard ako kay Mandino. Rules to live by. There are probably words addressed to our condition exactly which we could really hear and understand. Would be more salutary than the morning or the spring to our lives, and possibly put a new aspect on the face of things for us. How many have dated a new era in their lives from the reading of a book? The book exists for us, perchance, which will explain our miracles and reveal new ones. At present, unutterably, things we may not find somewhere. Anong sabi? Oh, 1994 ako graduate ng elementary. Sa haba-haba ng binasa mo, wala akong maintindihan. Ay, sorry, 1990 pala. Sabi ni Cap. Asela, wala yung part 1 pala, ano niya, buhay niya yun. Ito part 2 na lang, rules to live by. These same questions that disturb and puzzle and confound us have in their turn occurred to all wise men. Not one has been omitted, and each has answered them according to his ability by his words and his life. Toro Walden. Rule 1. For a better way to live. Count your blessings when you realize how valuable you are and how much you have going for you. The smiles will return, the sun will break out, the music will play, and you will finally be able to move forward toward the life that God intended for you. With grace, strength, courage, and confidence. Oh, yan, maganda na, di ba? Maya kung matuloy aalis ako, sana maka-live ka pa. Okay lang, di ko po alam kung ano oras po ang matapos. Pero salamat po sa pagpasok, Kap Minero. So, yun yung rule 1. One of the most important and ageless secrets of life that I had to learn with pain and tears is that you cannot even begin to turn an hopelessly bruised and defeated existence around or jump off that dreary treadmill so far as your job and career are concerned, or move off that financial dead end that seems to have doomed you to failure and low self-esteem until you appreciate the assets you already possess. February 28 premiere ko, sabi po ni Cap Minero, Tapsi Vlog, Cap Minero. Okay po, Cap. Salamat po. Assets, you're smiling, sad smile. Are you trying to tell me something? You say you've got a drawer full of bills. Your oldest child, perhaps, is getting ready for college, and you don't have the heart to tell her that she can't go. You're 2 months behind the car payments, and the job seems none too secure. What assets you're thinking? Stay with me now while I help you to count some of your blessings right this very moment as you sit there feeling sorry for yourself. Let's make a list and let's try to put a dollar value on just a few of the good things in your life so that you realize how wealthy you really are and how much you have going for you. Even though may kay Bonot ka teacher po to. Ano? Gusto ko po yun. Ano yung bonot? Bonogat. No problem. Andito ko para sa inyo ni Hilandera at I'm with you all the way. Salamat po, Kap Minero. Ano yun, Airbag? May kay Bonogot ka teacher po to. Gusto ko po yun. Hindi ko alam yun. Kay yung ano, writer. Pwede po magbasa ka ng Biblia ngayon, sabi ni Yasela. wala. Si Bongot. Bongot. Wala yata. Walang yata kang Bongot. You've gotten for this. What is worth to live in this great country? Go ahead. I dare you to put a price tag on that. O yan, put price tag yan sa Singapore, sa Hong Kong. Where would you rather live? What would it be worth to be associated with the fine company you represent if you were standing in an employment line with this morning? What's your career worth when you realize that probably 95% of the world's population would gladly give up 10 years of their life or more to have your opportunity? Tama. What's your freedom worth? How about those you love and who you love? How much would you take to give them up? Your eyes. Would you take $1 million for your eyes? How about your hands or your feet? $5 million? $10 million? You're really quite a precious specimen, aren't you? If it came to a showdown, you probably wouldn't trade what you have right now for all the gold in Foxnot, would you? And with so much going for you, tell me please why you're walking around looking sad, beaten, defeated, and rejected. Why? No more. There's a better way to live for you, and it begins today. Tama naman. Binabasahan niya aso, pinapatulog, sabi ni Cap Minero. Opo, nakahiga na nga po sila eh. Na-enjoy nila. Naintindihan nila actually. Rule 1 for a better way to live. Count your blessings once you realize how valuable you are and how much you have going for you. The smiles will return, the sun will break out, the music will play, and you will finally be able to move forward toward the life that God intended for you. With grace, strength, courage, and confidence. Yan yung rule 1. Count your blessings. Rule 2. For a better way to live. Today and every day, deliver more than you are getting paid to do. The victory of success will be half won when you learn the secret of putting out more than is expected in all that you do. Make yourself so valuable in your work that eventually you will become indispensable. Exercise your privilege to go the extra mile and enjoy all the rewards you receive. You deserve them. I beg to disagree, Mandino. No one is indispensable. O sa akin galing yun, hindi kay Mandino. I thoroughly enjoyed browsing through all the humorous greeting cards that seem to be getting more and more rack space in most card shops. And I probably sent out more of them than I should. My all-time favorite was the oversized card with an engraved border that looked like a stock certificate on which were embossed the words "How to Make Money." Inside there were just three words in a brilliant day glow orange: Go to work. Everything in this life has its price, and unless you belong to the tiny elite who have had everything handed to them since birth, I'm afraid the only way you can pay for the things you want and need and dream about is with the compensation you receive for the work you do. Magtrabaho daw tayo. Swerteng mang asawa mo sa kariring so much. Sabi ni Kap Minero. Hindi ko naintindihan ka. You're nodding in agreement, but you don't look happy, struggling to stay ahead of the bills, not making much progress or growth in that job, or you've already been at it much too long without any advancement. You're like a new house but can't afford it. Some with that clunker. You're driving. Your life seems to be on a holding pattern. How do you get off the treadmill? There is an answer, a solution, a rule, and I'll wager that it has never failed. Ano kayong kinakain ni Almond? For those... Mon! Ano yan? Bullet! Sino yun? Bullet! Inside! Ano yun? Ano yun? Bullet, give it to me. Give! Ano kinakain ni Bullet? Mom, kunin mo. Get mo din. Ang dali lang po. Kukunin ko lang yung kinukot-kot ng aso ko. Page 57. Aray. Oh. Bullet, sleep ka na. Ay, bring it back, bring it back. When it comes to improving the career side of your life, the greatest secret of success was delivered to us from a mountaintop nearly 2,000 years ago when Jesus told us that if we were compelled to go a mile with someone, we should always go the extra mile. If you resolve, beginning tomorrow, to put out more on your job than you're getting paid to, miracles will begin happening in your life. Whatever you are doing for a living, whatever you're selling products, painting houses, manning computers, or sweeping floors, if each day you do more than you're getting paid for, your life's pattern will change for the better. The most certain way to condemn yourself to a life of failure and tears is by doing only the work covered by your paycheck. Of course, putting out more than you're expected to deliver will not make you very popular with some of your peers who seem to make a career out of doing as little as possible for their pay. But that's their problem, not yours. You live your life. There are people who are depending on you when you give more than you're getting paid for. Every day. Every day. Cute ni Doggy, sabi ni Cap Minero. You will not only promote yourself, but by being indispensable, you will discover to your surprise that new opportunities are all around you. And eventually, you'll be able to write your own price tag. Such a simple rule. Go another mile. Won't cost you a cent, and yet it's so powerful that when you follow it, you will change your life forever. Andrew Carnegie said that there were two types of people who never achieved very much in their lifetime. One is the person who won't do what he or she is told to do, and the other person is the person who does no more than he or she is told to do. And when Walter Chrysler was asked what his plan needed most, he replied, 10 good men who can't hear the whistle blow or read the time on the face of the clock. Surprise everyone, change your work habits, go the extra mile. This does not mean sacrificing your family or your health in an insane drive for success, but it is marvelous method for you to extract all that life has to offer and all you deserve. Work as though you would live forever and live as though you would die today. Go another mile. So again, rule 2 for a better way to live. Today and every day, deliver more than you are getting paid for to do. The victory of success will be half won when you learn the secret of putting out more than is expected in all that you do. Make yourself so valuable in your work that eventually you will become indispensable. Exercise your privilege to go the extra mile and enjoy all the rewards you receive. You deserve them. Wow, naka-roll 2 na ako. Ilan kayang roll ito? Tinazi, hello. Gising ka pa. Rule 3 for a better way to live. Whenever you make a mistake or get knocked down by life, don't look back at it too long. Mistakes are life's way of teaching you. Your capacity for occasional blunders is inseparable from your capacity to reach your goals. No one wins them all, and your failures, when they happen, are just part of your growth. Shake off your blunders. How will you know your limits without an occasional failure? Never quit. Your turn will come. One of the most misunderstood great truths from the past has echoed down the centuries, and yet only the wise heed its advice. If you want to succeed, you must learn to live with failure. We learn wisdom from failure, much more than from success. Show me the person who has never stumbled, never messed up a job, never made a mistake, and I'll show you a person with a very dim future. Mistakes, blunders, defeats are unavoidable in this rough and ready life. But if we let them make us gun shy, so that once we get knocked down, we hesitate to try again, we're condemning ourselves to a life of regret. And very best lessons we will ever learn from our mistakes and failures. Defeat, what is it? Nothing but a little education, nothing but the first step to something better. The only people who never fail are those who never try. Mark Twain once told the story of a cat who one day jumped up on a hot stove and burned his tummy. That cat never jumped up on a hot stove, but that cat never jumped up on a cold stove either. Very often, the value of experience is overrated, and it can never be harmful if it prevents you from trying again once you've been bruised. There is a wonderful old Scandinavian saying, the north wind made the Vikings. The north wind can do wonders for you also. Remember that even the most successful lives contain chapters of failure, just as any good novel does. But how the book ends depends on us. We are the authors of our years, and our failures and defeats are only steps to something better. Back in 1974, when Hank Aaron was approaching Babe Ruth's all-time home run record, I phoned his ball club, the Atlanta Braves, one morning. I was finally put through their public relations. Heto na naman tayo. Hello classmates, sabi ni Acela. I posed and questioned. I know that Hank has several 110 home runs and needs only 5 more to break Bruce's record. But I was wondering, how many lifetime strikes out does he have? Strikeouts, sir? The young man on the line asked hesitantly. Yes, how many strikeouts? I'm afraid I'll have to put you on hold while I check that one, sir. He did, and it was several minutes before he came back on the line. Mr. Mandino, as of last night, Hank has 710 home runs, and as you know, he needs only 5 more to break Babe Ruth's all-time home run record. Yes, I know, sabi ni Og Mandino. And lifetime, he has 1,262 strikeouts. May one more dun sa ano niya. I thanked him, hung up, and then sat there, pondering the figure I had just heard. What a great example to use in the future whenever I was trying to make the point about never letting past failures prevent you from trying again. Here was the greatest home run hitter who has ever lived, and even Hank Aaron, had no strikeout almost twice for every time he hit one out of the park. Yes, life is a game, with rule that must be followed in order to triumph. But you don't have to hit a home run every time you come to bat in order to be a success in this world, asked Hank. So rule 3 for a better way to live. Whenever you make a mistake or get knocked down by life, don't look back at it too long. Mistakes are life's way of teaching you. Your capacity for occasional blunders is inseparable from your capacity. Kiss ko, kiss ko. Mama ko. Si mama ko. Don't touch this one. No, 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 no. No, Almond, no. No! Kuha ka ng kuha doon. Hindi tayo matapos. Ulitin natin. Ulitin natin yung rule 3. Whenever you make a mistake or get knocked down by life. Ready? Muna. Si Almond talaga. Si mama. Busy mama. Mama ko si Monmon. Mama ko si Monmon. Sit na ikaw. You want to read? You want to read book? Read ka rin ng book. Sit na doon. Doon si Bulat o. Doon sit na. Ay naku. Hala. Kasi naman. Ala na wala na naman po. Kasi nangyari. Wait, ikaw na lang ano. Yan. Ikaw dyan ah. Wait ka lang dyan. When life knocks you down. Ala, Almond naman. Kawawa naman si Bullet. Isip na. Dali lang po, may commercial po tayo. Pasensya na po sa commercial. Ay, naku, nahulog. Stoy! Bawal yan! Si Almond talaga. Bawal nga yan, bawal yan. Away. Kisses ko, kisses. Bullet, stop na nga ang gulo. Asan na si ano? Doon kayo sa labas mag-play. Mon. Mag-play outside. Mon. Mon, play naman outside. Play kayo outside. Isisira na tong ano natin, oh. Gulo-gulo yung dalawa. Ay, salamat. Dali, outside. Oo, outside ka na, dali. Mamaya na tayo mag-snack mo. Kakakain mo lang. Early pa, 1:44. Turns right upside down. Ay, nasisira ka. Salamat, lumabas. To continue. Rule 3. Whenever you make a mistake or get knocked down by life, don't look back at it too long. Mistakes are life's way of teaching you. Your capacity for occasional blunders is inseparable from your capacity to reach your goals. No one wins them all, and your failures, when they happen, are just part of your growth. Shake off your blunders. How will you know your limits without an occasional failure? Never quit. Your turn will come. Rule 4. Always reward yours. Always reward your long hours of labor and toil in the best way. In the very best. Ulit. Rule 4. Always reward your long hours of labor and toil in the very best way. Surrounded by your family, nurture your love carefully, remembering that your children and need models, not critics. And your own progress will hasten when you constantly strive to present your best side to your children. And even if you have failed at all else in the eyes of the world, if you have a loving family, you are a success. Sino yun? Port Gas, the Ace, Puto, how are you? Hello po, Tito Ace. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming. I'm fine, thank you, Tito Ace. Thank you for asking. How about you, Tito Ace? Tama na daw. Uy, Asela. May kilala akong friend, Asela. I'm good, sabi ni Port Gas the Ace. Pati aso mo, boring. I am frequently being asked by my children, Hi Ace, sabi ni Asela. You know each other very well. Now grown. And how can I tell? And how we raise them, as if because of the books I have written, we must have some special magic formula, guaranteed to success at everything. Even producing bright, well-adjusted, happy citizens of tomorrow, never forgetting that the older Og Mandino, many years ago, lost his first family because of his naghiwalay sila. Is inconsideration and neglect. I always give the same answer now. The best thing we can do for our children is to conscientiously work at being role models for them. How are you? Sabi ni Asela. Tapos mayroon pang pa-heart na smile. Sabi ni Portgas the Ace, Asela with a smile. Teach them by your example and they'll remember and even try to imitate. Talk to them one way and then act contrary to your words and you've lost a child. Other than guiding them by example, there isn't much we can do for them except to be around to pick them up whenever they fall. That's not asking too much, is it? On this wall facing my desk is a brick poem wrought in calligraphy on white parchment and framed under the words author unknown. I pasted right after he was born a small photo of Matt. You may want to bend this page down for future readings. Sabi ni Portgas the Ace, I'm good. How about you, Asela? Asela, buti pa ang aso mo may kalambingan. Sabi ni Asela. Very good too, sabi niya. To my little boy's father, there are little eyes upon you, and they're watching night and day. There are little ears that quickly take in everything you say. There are little hands all eager to do everything you do. And the little boy who's dreaming of the day he'll be like you. Ganda. You're the little fellow's idol. You're the wisest of the wise. In his little mind, about you no suspicions ever rise. He believes in your doubtfully. I believe. He believes in you devotedly. Holds that all you say and do. He will say and do in your way when he's grown up just like you. There's a wide-eyed little fellow who believes you're always right. Portgas are looking someone for cuddling Acela. Sabi ni Acela, yeah, available you. And his ears are always open and he watches day and night. You are setting an example every day in all you do. For the little boy who's waiting to grow and be like you, sabi ni Portgas, I am willing if you want, sabi ni Portgas. Several years ago, Portgas, is that your main channel, Acela? Definitely no, Sir Portgas. Several years ago, just to continue, ayan, mayroong pa-smile heart si Acela. Uh, Again, to continue, several years ago, just prior to my hitting the road for a long promotional tour for one of my books, I had gone through terrible agony of helping our youngest son pack his things before standing outside the front door, with his mother waving to him as he drove off to begin his own life in Arizona State University dormitory. Yes daw, yes, sabi ni Acela. After he had gone, I remember walking down the hall and sitting in the dark, in his room, praying that Beth and I provided Matt and our oldest son, Dina, with the guidance they would need to deal with the many adversities of life they were certain to face. I'm willing, Ace, sabi ni Acela. My promotional tour went well until I found myself doing a morning talk show on Los Angeles radio station. The other guest with me on this live show was a very famous woman novelist who shall remain nameless. Somehow the discussion had drifted around to our families and especially our children. The lady novelist quickly seized command of the microphone and began a long and nasty diatribe against her two teenage boys. She admitted that she couldn't handle them. Their father was no help because he was never home, and these kids were driving her bonkers. They were never on time for meals, their rooms were always a mess, and they both played their stereo sets so loud, with different stations of course. That's the noise was that the noise was also driving her bonkers. Dikit na ako sa iyo, Acela, pang 45, haha, Port Ace. Wala nang tuhante, umalis na, sabi ni Ace. Salamat po sa dikit, sabi ni Acela. After hearing that ugly word perhaps a dozen times while the celebrated author put down her children before a rather large listening audience, I finally lost my cool and interrupted, couldn't help it. You know, I said, the day is going to come when you're going to walk down that hallway at home and pass two very empty, quiet rooms. And then you're going to ask yourself, where did they go? Why don't you go home right after this show, hug your boys, and just tell them you love them? Salamat po sa dikit, sabi ni Acela. Nabasa ko na pala yun. Rule 4. Always reward your long hours of labor and toil in the very best way, surrounded by your family. Nurture their love carefully, remembering that your children need models, not critics, and your own progress will hasten when you constantly strive to present your best side to your children. And even if you have failed at all else in the eyes of the world, if you have a loving family, you are a success. Sabi ni Portgas, labas ka sa tent puto para makita namin kagandahan ng surroundings mo. Acela, 1, 2, 3 at Portgas. Rule 5. Yeah, hey, Rule 5 na ako. Ilan ba tong rules na to? Pwede bang iusog? Nadidiliman ako. Hindi ko makita. Hindi ko mabasa. Dito ako sa liwanag ng konti. Nasaan ba siya? Yun. Rule 5. For the better way to live. Build this day on a foundation of pleasant thoughts. Never fret at any imperfections that you fear may impede your progress. Remind yourself as often as necessary that you are a creature of God and have the power to achieve any dream. By lifting up your thoughts, you can fly when you decide you can. Never consider defeat again. Let the vision in your heart be in your life's blueprint. Smile. Wag ka na, ano daw? Sabi ni Portgas, wag ka na dumikit sa akin na Sela, haha. Wala kang makukuhang magandang aral sa channel ko. Hahaha. Salamat rin, Portgas. Asan ng ibang classmates, sabi na Sela. Nakasampung 1, 2, 3 na ako. Yahoo, Portgas. Wala na, nag-alis na yung mga classmates nyo. Naiwan na kayo, recess na sila. Obvious nga. Obvious nga, port. Wise men, since the beginning of time, have been telling us that all we achieve or fail to achieve is the direct result of how we think about our abilities, our courage, and our potential. James Allen told us that good thoughts bear good fruits, and bad thoughts, bad fruit. Sabi ni Acela, boring kasi ang subject at ace. Portgas, the ace, Highlander. That wise man, old Roman Marcus Aurelius, kasali pa to, told us that our life is what our thoughts make it. Good or bad, miserable or joyous, triumphed or hopeless. Buddha said, Buddha said, eat even more forcefully. All that we are in the result of what we have thought. The mind is everything. What we think, we become. No matter what you choose to call it, positive thoughts produce positive. Positive thoughts produce. Negative thoughts hamper and destroy. Sabi ni Buddha. Boring kasi di ako nakakaintindi ng English. Haha ako rin, sabi ni Kuya Tito Ace. Sige, magkwentuhan kayo dyan ha. If you believe those very wise men, then you know that if you put yourself and your talents down, you are doomed to failure. If you disparage your ability or your background or your knowledge, the world will quickly go along with you. Ang hirap. Di ko alam ano pinagsasabi ng host. Kwentuhan po kay ni Acela, bago mong jowa, Tito Ace. Oo nga at port, stay put lang ako para lang makapasa. Naka chapter 5, ala pa ako naintindihan. Sabi ni Acela. Ako din hindi ko naintindihan, teka ulitin ko. Hindi ko naintindihan, ulitin ko yung chapter 1. If you believe those very wise men, then you know that if you put yourselves and your talents down, you are doomed to failure. If you disparage your ability or your background or your knowledge, the world will quickly go along with your valuation. And you will face a sort of future that you don't deserve. Enough. No more negatives in your thinking of or your actions. Hear me out. You just don't know how good you are. Yes, you, sitting there and feeling sorry for yourself. You're so much like a duck we have out in our backyard. Back when Matt was a junior high school, he came home one afternoon carrying a shoebox with holes punched in his cover. My worst fears proved true when the cover came out. Inside was a frisky and noisy tiny yellow duckling. They had hatched the little guy in my son's biology class, nursed him for several weeks, and then had a lottery drawing, and my kid won the duck, which both Beth and I agreed was just what we needed. Sabi ni Portgas, Asus, isang lechon manok lang yan. Acela, pasado ka na, haha. Acela, gwapo mo pala Ace, sabi ni Acela. Skip na tayo Ace, balik tayo pang next subject. Sabi ni Acela, bagong channel mo ba yan, mahal? Sabi ni Portgas. Just what we needed. A reluctant father and his eager son went to the lumber company, bought some wooden planks, and over in the corner of our fencing yard, Matt built a great-looking duck house, which he painted white. Then, over the arch entrance, he handed letter in red, Disco, Disco Duck. Next, we purchased a roll of 18-inch chicken wire at the hardware store and erected a corral of sorts around the hut so our new family member wouldn't go wandering off and get lost. We've now had Disco for over a dozen years. She has grown into a very large and beautiful specimen. And of course, since Matt is now married and living elsewhere, saan tayo punta? Sa may bayabasan? Haha, sabi ni Portgas. Dito na lang ako, kunyari, nakikinig para mataas grade, sabi ni Portgas. Salamat po, Tito Ace. Salamat, Asela. Lumalabo na yung paningin ko. I'm sure you can guess who takes care of the beast. One of the mistakes we made in the entire disco affair was building his little residence and play yard right outside our bedroom. Lately, Disco has been rising before the sun and quacking with every few pauses throughout the entire day, loudly, since he had never acted that way before, except for frightened away a neighbor's cat. Both Beth and I have decided there is something truly bothering Disco. He just he just is not happy anymore. Either the food I'm giving him is distasteful or perhaps I don't change the water in his little wading pool even enough. Often enough. Or maybe the straw in his hut is damp and needs changing or removal. Who knows? I've tried everything to make him feel secure and contented once more. But he still sounds off, miraculously and constantly. Disco, you see, does indeed have a problem, and I'll wager it's the same one you have. Yes, you, neither Disco nor you have a proper sense of self-worth. Disco has no idea that if he is unhappy with the conditions of his life, he can do more than just feel sorry for himself. He has the power to change those conditions instead of just complaining about them. If Disco truly wants to change the conditions of his life, he can do so whenever he chooses. Simple. All he has to do is raise his pretty wings, flap them up and down, and leave. But you see, poor Disco doesn't know how good he is. He doesn't know what that he can fly, and neither do you. Portga sa ani. Saan? Sa ani. Sa likod, sabi ni Asela. Ano Asela? Ano gawin sa likod? Magtagay, haha. Di ako natagay, Asela, sabi ni Port. Yes. So, Rule 5 said, build this day on a foundation of pleasant thoughts. Never fret or any imperfections that you fear may impede your progress. Remind yourself as often as necessary that you are a creature of God and have the power to achieve any dream by lifting up your thoughts. You can fly when you decide you can. Never consider defeat. Let the vision in your heart be in your life's blueprint. Smile. Di ako natagay. Asela, sabi niya. Ako natagay ako. Rule 6. Wala akong matanda. Let your actions always speak for you, but be forever on guard against the terrible traps of false pride and conceit that can halt your progress. And the next time you are tempted to boast, just place your fist in a full pail of water, and when you remove it, the whole remaining will give you a correct measure of your importance. Wala namang whole. None of us ever deceived by another as much as we deceive ourselves. A dangerous obstacle to our continued progress is the terrible screen of smug conceit that is liable to blind our forward progress. After we had tasted a little success, we may have worked very hard and applied all our talents and efforts to move forward. And that is really what you and I, being together, is all about. However, it is easy to fall into the trap of believing, after a few victories, that you possess some special and unique qualities. And if you reflect that attitude in your behavior toward others, it can seriously hurt your progress. Nothing in fact can harm you more than arrogance and conceit begging to be slapped down. Huwag daw magyabang. Good boy ka pala, sabi ni Asela. Si Forever Black, walang jacket. Forever Black. Forever. Ay, ayaw oh. Ayaw mag-jacket. Laplapan sa likod ng paralan lang, alam ko. Sabi ni Port Gas. Miguel Elms, tagal mo kagabi, nakatulog na ako. Sabi ni Port Gas, the Ace. Kuya Ace, karating ko lang sa school. Rhea, Port Gas, Vecor ang magaling umawit. May jowa ka pala, Port Gas, sabi na Sela. Vecor, mega love shoutout. Forever Black, ayaw ka pong bigyan ng jacket. Ayun, nagkaroon na. Vecor Planets, mega love shoutout forever. Sino jowa ko? Asela, sabi ni Port Gas Ace. Wala akong jowa, Asela, di pa ako nakakabili. Yaman. Yanyamanin. Sabi na Asela. Vecor Planets, mega love shoutout Port Gas. Waraynon ini vlog. Thumbs up host. Salamat po, Waraynon. Vecor, salamat sa pagpasok. Port Gas Ace, dala-dala mo ba V8 mo sa school, Miga Ems? Haha. Asela, ang jowa mo bago, ako na bago, sabi ni host. Sabi ni Asela, ang jowa mo bago, ako na bago, sabi ni host. Haha, sabi ni Port Gas. Di pa nga ako nakabili jowa, sabi ni Port Gas. Ako din, bili mo ako, Tito Ace. Pakibili mo nga ako, Tito Ace. Yan, may ilaw dito. Yung ilaw ko pagalaw-galaw, depende sa tulak ng aso. Sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much, and I had to close. So, kulang pa ipon ko po to, sabi ni Port Gas. Bakit mahal ba? Huwag kang bibili ng mahal na jowa, mumurahin lang. Asela, gulong-gulo Google ko sa'yo. Haha, sabi ni Port Gas. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a better day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. Sit na ikaw. It's true, we had a better day, just you and me. Right, commercial tayo ulit dahil mahal daw sabi ni Port Ace. Hahaha, sabi na sila. Binibili pala, sabi ni Forever Black. We are all God's creatures. Ayun, Mon, ano ba yan? Masira yan, wala tayong tent. Sige ka. Gusto mo mawalan tayo ng tent? Mamamasyal pa tayo. Mama. Mama ko ikaw? Ikaw mama ko. Mama ko yan eh. Love ko yan mama ko. Ito baby ko to. Baby ko ikaw. Kanto galing. Galing ka. Sleep naman kayo, Mon. Hindi kayo napapagod. Nabudol din, haha, Asela. Forever Black. Kasi mga kasama ko dito, pag sahod lumalabas, bibili daw sila ng jowa. Haha. $2 lang may jowa na. Uy! Bato? Uy, wag ka Highlandera. Ay, nako po. Oy, wag ka Highlandera. Alam ko ikaw yan. Sabi ni Port Ace. Port Gas, the Ace. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. Ay, nako. Iba yun, Port Gas. Tilapia siguro ang binibili. Haha, sabi ni Asela. Binibili nyo. Tilapia, ayaw mo pa magpahalata, sus. Pahinga po muna ako sa chapter 6 dahil malabo na ang paningin ko. Hindi, magkwentuhan kayo na lang babasahin ko. Mas may liwanag dyan. Tilapia, sabi ni Tito Ace. It's better day, just you and me. We are are the world. We are the children. Ay ko, ay nako, I'm so blinded. We are the ones who may hear. Sabi nila jowa, sabi ni Tito Ace, nahihirapan ka nga sa pag-google eh, sabi ni Acela. Bakit Google? Ba't gino-google? Ba't hindi mo sa YouTube tingnan? Portgas the Ace. So, let's start giving. Aso, kanina pa kita tumatawag kala ako may tinataguan ka. Kanina pa kita. Sikat dito. Yun pala, tinatry mo akong budulin. Haha. So, yun pala talaga. Hahaha. Dito ay si iba yan si Hasela at saka si Hyla. Tawagin mo ulit si Hyla. Tingnan mo. Sasagot si Hasela. Tinatry pa talaga. Talagang na-try naman. Sino po to? Portgas the Ace. Hahaha. Tawagin mo ka ako si Hyla. Sasagot yan. Nandiyan si Hyla. Ba yan si Hasela? Si Hasela bagong student. Bagong pasok dito. Kaka-enroll lang. First grader lang yan. We are the world. We are the children. Moon, magpahinga ka naman, Almond. Grabe naman, oh. Kilala ko yan, kahit anong bihis pa niya, mahal ko ya eh. Hihi. Tinitingnan mo pag nagbibihis, ito Ace. Ito Ace, tinitingnan mo ba pag nagbibihis? Ay, salamat lumabas. So, let's continue. Ay, wala namang ilaw. Wala na akong makita. I failed. Somewhere out there. Tamsak si Black. Tamsak. Kilala ko yan puto, ha ha ha, sabi ni Acela. Tamo, nagbibihis na naman yan. Tumawa oh, tamo tumawa. Hindi pa yun nakabihis. We are the ones who make a better day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own life. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me. Ayan, tumatawa si Black. Kaya nga, magbibihis na yan. Gaganti yan sa akin eh. Ha ha ha, sabi ni Fort Dusty Ace. Hindi ka pa ba nagantihan kanina? Eh, hulog na hulog ka na nga. Fort Dusty Ace! Get out of there! Show me your face! You fight! Di kilala ko nga yan. Uy! Nahuli ko nga kanina, hindi mo kilala eh. Nililigawan mo, akala mo wala yung jowa mo eh. Magpapanggap ka pa, Tito Ace. Isa kang salawasaw. Pag wala yung jowa mo, ligaw ka ng iba. Takot mo ako, puto. Takot daw. Tito Ace, bakit ikaw ay isang salawasaw? Pagka wala si Hyla, nakakita ka ng may palda, ligaw ka agad. Hanap ka agad ng jowa. Anong salawasaw? Di mo alam yung salawasaw? Ang salawasaw ay isang salawasaw.
Well, you don't know. I'm gonna bite you. Port Ace the gas. Come on.
Grab one, hello. Hello, my friend. Di ako nanliligaw sa iba, si Hyla lang mahal ko, sabi ni Portgas. aray ko talaga naman. Ow. Aray. Merong war of the, aray. Bulit ang heavy ka. Si Almond naman kasi. Tama na yan, puto. Takot na ako, sabi ni Tito Ace. Haha, ako to sabi Asela. Siya nga yan, Tito Ace, Asela yan. Sagot ka, iba yan. Ace laha niya. Nakaganti rin. Inamin na pala. No.
Bite. Ow, don't bite my head. Don't bite me. What are you doing? Come on, dude. Get out. Don't bite me. I'm gonna kiss you. Kiss you. I kiss you.
Mami na pala si Asela. Isa kang diwata. Uy, buwan siya. Kung ano ginagawa ng aso ko talaga, ba? Doon ka nga. No! Ikaw din. Doon ka din. Nanggugulo kayo, Aray ko. Ayan, dingding na lang natira sa atin. Sinong pipiliin ko? Siya na ba nahanap mo? Sino? Si Grabe. Almond! Ay siya, yun, doon ka doon. Kainis talaga itong asong to. Sabi ni Portgas, lumalakas kasi tibok ng puso ko pag andyan si Mahal, kaya alam ko siya yan, haha. Wala, pagkasabi mo ng Mahal, Tita Ace, na-imagine ko si Mahal. Rest in peace. Arit ko talaga. Naniwala naman ako kung liligaya ka sa piling ng iba, at kung ang nais mo, ayan, may mga invaders ako dito. Lunch break na si teacher. Ice break. Naglalabo na yung paningin ko. Huy, bad yan. No fighting. Outside nga kayo. Si Almond naman kasi. Outside ka. Ikaw na ako talaga si Almond. Dukluhan ka ng kulit mo na. Pakita ka dito, airbag. Yun ako. Hindi natin kabatiyan si Almond. Lalabas kami. Ayun. Bahala ka dyan, Mon. Hindi ka namin kabati. Iwan ka namin ni Bullet. Labas ka na nga. Ang gulo-gulo naman ni Almond eh. Bullet seat ka lang, baby ko. Ang bato. Uy! Mon! Nirarambol ako ng mga aso. Ayun ba ako? Doon ka nga. Ginugulo ako ng mga dogs. Ayan, Tito Ace, oh. Pakisipa mo nga si Katrina. Enough na, Mon. Enough. Outside ka na doon. Outside. Nakainis ka. Galit na kita, Mon. Ito nga muna to. Ano ba to? Ayan. Ang gulo ni Almond eh. Kasi naman manilinis na ako sa iyo eh. Diyan na sa labas mo. Diyan ka sa labas. Huwag ka na nga dito, Mon. Wala na ako ano. Wala na tuloy ako mailagay. Ano ba lalagay ko? Pinuha ni Almond the pillow. Tapos ka na? Pwede ko bang makuha yung pillow ko? Give it to me. Kapunta dito muna. Galit tayo. Okay, next subject, sabi ni Acela. Out muna ako po to, may gagawin lang. Sige po, Tito A, salamat po. Bye Black, bye Accor, sabi niya. Ma, sa susunod, ayusin mo nga ha. Hindi naman masayang effort. Hindi naman masayang effort mo. Sabi ni Port Ace. Mahal. Mahal, saan ka nang galing kagabi? Init? Nagalaw shoutout by Black. Alalabas na po, sabi ni by Black. Queen J ni Airback, Teacher Elma. By Black, sorry po. Queen J ni Airback, Ate Bea. Bea Core Planet, bakit lalayas ka na, Kuya Portgas? Bakit ba dito ka? Si Almond nakakainis talaga. Mega love shoutout air, sabi ni Rhea Cor. Almond, ang kulit mo eh. Lumabas na yung jowa mo, Asela. Kaya tumahimik yung mga dogs. Baka pwede na akong continue reading. Para matapos ako. 70. Ay, mas Mariosep. Kala ko naman tapos na ang Mon! Doon ka! Doon. Okay, back to reading. Rule 7. Each day is a special gift from God. And while life may not always be fair, meron ba akong mic? While life may not always be fair, tama ka dyan, you must never allow the pains, hurdles, and handicaps at the moment to poison your attitude and plans for yourself and your future. You can never win when you wear the ugly cloak of self-pity, and the sour sound of whining will certainly frighten away and any opportunity for success. Never again. There is a better way. Life isn't fair. I agree, I 100% agree. And probably never will be. There may be times when you do most of the work and yet someone else gets the credit. You may work twice as hard as your neighbor and you know you're twice as smart. And yet you earn only half the money that he or she does. There are many times when life deals us a bad hand. How do you play the bad hands when you get one? Do you hang on, refuse to give up, even though you have no guarantee you'll succeed? Or do you whine and pity yourself because you are certain that your troubles and problems are far more terrible than anyone else's misfortunes? Poor baby. Poor baby. Bayacor, sabi ni Buyback. May kalaw shoutout, sabi ni Bayacor. Sabi ni Queen J, true. Almost 2 decades ago, I received a tiny yellow card with a poem on it, printed in green with Wilton Hall, who was publisher by Colt Magazine in Anderson, South California. The poem has had a special place in my life. Through all these many years, ano yun? I not only share it during my speech with all of my audiences, but I keep it handy for my own well-being. Whenever things aren't going quite the way I planned, or the day gets off on the wrong foot, or I begin to feel a little irritated and others maybe a little sorry for themselves, I pull out the poem and read it and then get it with my life, gratefully pausing only long enough to look up into the heavens to say thank you. Yes, lean over and let me give you the original dog copy, ear, eared copy. It's a treasure, and I'll bet that you, too, like me, will come back to it often in the future as well as sharing it with your friends. Lord, forgive me when I whine. Ito yung poem daw. Yung title niya, Lord, forgive me when I whine. Today, upon a bus, I saw a lovely girl with a golden hair. I envied her. She seemed so gay, and wished I were as fair. When suddenly she rose to leave, I saw her hobble down the aisle. She had one leg and wore a crutch, but as she passed, a smile. Oh, God, forgive me when I whine. I have two legs, the world is mine. I stopped to buy some candy. The lad who sold it had such charm. I talked with him, he seemed so glad. If I were late, wouldn't do no harm. And as I left, he said to me, I thank you. You have been so kind. It's nice to talk with folks like you. You see, he said, I'm blind. Oh God, forgive me when I whine. I have two eyes, the world is mine. Later, while walking down the street, I saw a child with eyes of blue. He stood and watched the others play. He did not know what to do. I stopped a moment, then I said, why don't you join the others, dear? He looked ahead without a word, and then I knew he couldn't not hear. Oh God, forgive me when I whine. I have two ears, the world is mine. With feet to take me where I go, with eyes to see the sunset's glow, with ears to hear what I would know. Oh God, forgive me when I whine. I'm blessed indeed, the world is mine. Author unknown. Rule 7. For a better way to live. Each day is a special gift from God, and while life may not always be fair, you must never allow the pains, hurdles, and handicaps at the moment to poison your attitude and plans for yourself and your future. You can never win when you wear the ugly cloak of self-pity, and the sour sound of whining will certainly frighten away any opportunity for success. Never again. There is a better way. Amen, sabi ni Airbag. Rule 8. For a better way to live. Never again clutter your days or nights with so many menial and unimportant things that you have no time to accept a real challenge when it comes along. This applies to play as well as work. A day merely survived is no cause for celebration. You are not here to fritter away your precious hours when you have the ability to accomplish so much by making a slight change in your routine. No more busy work, no more hiding from success. Leave time, leave space to grow. Now, not tomorrow. You may know this type of person. You may even be one. If you are, I'm glad you've come to me. He or she is always busy, always has more projects and meetings and errands that can be handled, and there is always frantic scurrying from place to try, just to try, to stay ahead of things. What these type of people are involved in is an unconscious but very effective effort to avoid success. Oh, they're busy, alright, doing every possible and significant chore and task they can find so that if they are ever presented with a real challenge, something that could truly make a great difference in their lives and their welfare, it is always easy for them to respond that they're sorry, but they're just too busy right now to take on anymore. I'm back, sabi ni Cap Minero. Thank you, Cap Minero. Sound familiar? I hope that you haven't been unconsciously working hard at failing by keeping yourself involved in busy work. That won't be anything for you, but keep you in that long rut. If it's any consolation, you've got plenty of company. It takes just as much energy to fail, as it does to succeed. And that's why we have too many activities. Busy people who cannot understand why nothing is happening in their lives. If you happen to think, wait, it's outside. No, no, no. If you happen to think you may be in that category, maybe you're doing what you're doing because someone pushed your kill switch years ago. Yes, your kill switch. I was going to do a whole book on this years ago, but this is the first time I've discussed it in print. Once I purchased a very expensive convertible automobile, and of course, the dealer persuaded me that I should not take that priceless vehicle on the street and park it in public because before having a alarm installed that would erupt a loud and piercing siren if everyone ever tried to break in. Jumpstart my jewel and drive it away. Of course, I agreed. One morning, late for an appointment, I dashed out to my garage, inserted the key in the ignition, turned it, but nothing happened. Not even a moan, nothing. Battery stone dead. Doubtful. I turned on the radio. It played loudly. I inserted a cassette in the tape. O, cassette pa sila. Ella Fitzgerald and her Mac the Knife. Great fidelity. I turned on the windshield wipers. Two sprays of water sprout from hidden openings, and the wipers flap back and forth in the perfect synchrony. Frustrated and angry, I stormed back into the house and called my friendly auto salesperson. We installed a burglar alarm in that baby, didn't we, Og? $300 worth. Then you probably have accidentally tripped the kill switch. The kill switch. Yes, it's a feature of the more sophisticated burglar alarm systems. Didn't they explain it to you when they installed the unit? I was getting angrier by the moment. I would certainly have remembered anybody talking about putting a kill switch in my car. What is it and where is it? It's part of the burglar alarm. After you leave the auto and locked it, you then turn another key in that little slot that was installed in your fender, right? That activates alarm so that if anyone tries to jimmy open the door or breaks one of the windows, the alarm is triggered. Right. Well, the kill switch is an additional level of protection somewhere inside the car, usually under the dash or beneath the rug. Another small switch was installed. If you push that prior to your leaving the car and then lock the door and turn on your alarm, you are truly protected against a car theft. Even if someone breaks in and they're foolish enough to try to jumpstart the car while the alarm is sounding, they will fail. Because once you've turned on the kill switch, it cuts off all power going from the battery to the ignition. The car cannot be moved. I returned to the garage, but I could not locate my kill switch, and within an hour, the sales rep was at the house. Of course, he found it almost immediately under the front carpet on the driver's side. Yes, the switch has been tripped. I had probably accidentally nudged it and on it with foot, but come on, outside. I'm almost done, Mon. Again, I had probably accidentally nudged it with my foot, but I couldn't remain angry, even with myself, since the priceless analogy that incident provided me with, which related to so many human beings I knew, has been invaluable to me when I'm trying to convince someone that he or she is wasting too much time on busy but consequential work. What you doing? Outside. No, outside. Stubborn. You see, my automobile really had acted quite normal when I first turned the key in the ignition. Its lights went on, its radio played, its windshield wipers zapped back and forth. Busy car. Like so many people I know, Only one problem. The machine was unable to move forward even a single inch despite all its activity because I had tripped its kill switch. All of us have our own kill switch. Perhaps when we were young, someone, even a parent or another respected adult, or a spouse in the latter years, might have told us one day, in a fit of anger, that we would never amount to too much. Zap. That did it, unknowingly and unthinking. They pushed our switch, and we've been spending all these years working very hard to make their prophecy come true, without even understanding the motivation for our actions. We're busy, alright, but like my car, we're not going anywhere, and we don't understand why. How sad. Reach down and turn off that kill switch. Now that you know you have won. Busy work is out. Stop hiding behind all those petty chores. There's a better way to live. Rule 8. For a better way to live, never again clutter your days or nights with so menial and unimportant things that you have no time to accept a real challenge when it comes along. This applies to play as well as work. A day merely survived is no cause for celebration. You're not here to fritter away your precious hours when you have the ability to accomplish so much by making a slight change in your routine. No more busy work, no more hiding from success. Leave time, leave space to grow now. Now, not tomorrow. Rule 9. Wow, Rule 9 na ako. Live this day as if it will be your last. Remember that you will only find tomorrow on the calendars of fools. Forget yesterday's defeats and ignore the problems of tomorrow. This is it, doomsday. All you have, make it the best day of your year. The saddest words you can ever utter are, if I had my life to live over again, take the baton now, run with it, this is your day. Most failures always act as if they had thousands of years to live. Why? Huy, why? Ano yun? Uy, salamat po sa 6 million people in the house. Salamat, Asela. Salamat. Nalimutan ako kung nasan ako. Most failures are results of that is simply because they have that confidence. 100 different ways. Some of them drink too much or party to excess. Many of them sleep 2 or 3 hours a night more than they need. Others spend endless hours over crossword puzzles or jigsaw puzzles or squatting in front of that television set. Don't worry, they will always assure you everything will be taken care of. Tomorrow. Tomorrow? I've been around this old planet for a lot of years, and in that time, I've seen thousands of. Rule 9. O Rule 9 na tayo. Stop na daw, sabi ni Isla. La Isla Bonita. I've seen thousands of calendars, but never have I seen one with a tomorrow on it. Well, really. Never treat time as if you had unlimited supply. You have no contract with life. If yesterday is already a cancelled check, then tomorrow is just a promissory note. Today is all that you have in the way of cash, and if you don't spend it wisely, you have only yourself to blame. Father Time makes no round trips for our benefit. None of us have learned very much until we have trained ourselves to treat every day as a separate life. Those fortunate millions of individuals who have been saved by Alcoholics Anonymous know full well the power in the words of a day at a time. Robert Louis Stevenson once wrote, anyone can carry his or her burden, however hard, until nightfall. Anyone can do his work however hard, for one day. Anyone can live sweetly, patiently, lovingly, purely till the sun goes down. And this is all that life really means. As difficult as it may be, you can handle today's load, one task at a time, and make progress towards your goals. It is only when you spend countless and Reliving on a jet flame. Reliving your past mistakes. Or worrying about the terrible things that might happen tomorrow. That you let this precious day, which is all you have, slipped away. Today is your day, the only day you have. That day in which you can show the world that you can make a contribution that matters. What your part may signify in the great whole of life you may never understand. But you're still here to play, and now is your time. No matter how crowded the hours, remember that they still can only entertain your life just one moment at a time. You can handle any moment, no matter how tough, when it comes at you in single file. When you have finished your day, be done with it. Never say any of your load to carry on tomorrow. You have done your best, and if some blunders and errors have crept in, forget them. Live this day and every day as if it all may end at sunset. And when your head hits that pillow, rest, knowing that you have done your best. Rule 9. Live this day as if it will be your last. Remember that you will only find tomorrow on the calendars of fools. Forget yesterday's defeat and ignore the problems of tomorrow. This is it, doomsday. All you have, make it the best day of your year. The saddest words you can ever utter are, if I had my life to live over again. Take the baton now, run with it. That is your day. Done with rule 9. Rule 10. Beginning today, treat any beginning today, treat everyone you meet, friend or foe, loved one or stranger, as if they were going to be dead at midnight. Extend to each person, no matter how trivial the contact, all the care and kindness and understand and love that you can muster. And do it with no thoughts of any reward. Your life will never be the same again. Like the rules in any game, all of the rules of life are related to each other. Follow the guidance of one rule and it will lead you to the next. And the next, but now you're beginning to play the game of life as it should be played. To live every day as if it's the only way you will ever have it is indeed one of the supreme principles of a happy and successful existence. But here is a companion rule that is just as powerful and productive, and yet, unlike the other, is known to very few people. Huy! Very few dogs. Ay, ang daming istorbo. Is known to live, nawala ako. Siguro dito. To live every day is the, okay, tapos na ako dyan. While you are living each day as if it's the only one you'll ever have, begin treating everyone you meet, your family, your neighbors, your co-workers, strangers, customers, even enemies, if you have any, as if you knew a deep dark secret about each of them. The secret that they too are living their last life on this earth and will be dead by midnight. Now, how do you suppose you would treat everyone you meet today? If you knew that they would be gone forever at day's end, you know how. With more consideration and care, and tenderness and love that you ever have before. And how do you suppose they would react to your kindness? Of course, with more consideration and kindness and cooperation and love that you have ever experienced from others in the past. Continue doing the same, day after day. And what do you suppose your future would be like if you filled it with that kind of unselfish love? You're smiling already. You know the answer. I'm not smiling. Years ago, whenever authors were sent out on a publicity tour to promote their books on radio, television, and with the press, they were pretty much on their own compared to today. when they are literally taken by the hands from city to city and interview to interview by paid publishers, representatives in each city. In those old days, our publishers mailed us airline tickets plus hotel reservations and a schedule of our appearances in each city. It was then the author's responsibility to get to airports and hotels and to take cabs from interview to interview. If one had 7 or 8 commitments in a day, which was not uncommon, and the interviews were spread out in time and distance, such as Los Angeles, it becomes a supreme challenge to one's endurance and agility to getting from one appointment to the other on time. This memorable day happened in Nashville several years ago when I was on tour. A young black cabbie drove me from my hotel out into the suburbs for an appearance on the noon show on WSM TV. Since the ride took some time, we began to converse, and the driver, whose name I learned was Raymond Bright, seemed fascinated by the fact that his fare was going to be on television. My elaborate printed schedule informed me that this program was live, with a studio audience, and was similar in format to The Tonight Show, even to having its own band and perhaps a singer by two. As we pulled up to the lovely building, my cabbie said loudly, "This here is the best darn station in Nashville." Perhaps it was because the rule of treating others with love and care as if they were going to be dead at midnight natatawa pa rin ako, was still fresh in my mind since I had talked about it at length on several programs the day before. But anyway, as I was paying Ray, I asked impulsively, "Have you ever seen them put on television show?" "No, sir." "Well, if you've got an hour or so, and it's okay if you charge me for your waiting, why don't you come in with me and watch me make a fool of myself?" His eyes opened wide. "You mean—" "Sure. And then when it's over, you can drive me back downtown to the Cokesbury bookstore where I'm autographing one books at 1:30. Raymond leaped back into his cab, turned the yellow flag on his meter up, meaning he wasn't charging me at all, and jumped out. Inside the station, I introduced my new friend to a surprised Teddy Bart, the host of the show, and Elaine Ganick, the producer, and they led us both into the bright studio where the band was already tuning up. Ray was ushered to a prime seat, down front, and while I went off to confer with Teddy and Elaine on what we were going to talk about, he watched in awe as the band ran through their numbers while the television cameras and boom mics swept back and forth in final rehearsal. Almond! Out! Out! Out, down, out. Doon. Huwag nga kayo dito. Ang gulo-gulo niyo. When the show was over, we raced downtown to the bookstore. After that, I told Ray that I was starved, and he took me to lunch in what we called my part of town. And although I was the only one white person in the place, the hamburgers were the best I had ever eaten. When it came time to pay, I reached for my wallet, but a strong arm restrained me. Ray was paying, and that was all there was to it. No argument. He drove me to two more radio stations waited for me. Drove me back to my hotel so that I could check out and then hauled me to the airport. On the way, as I was beginning to doze in the back seat, I heard his deep voice, "Mr. Og." By then, he was calling me what the host in the radio show had been calling me earlier. "Mr. Og, I ain't never gonna forget this day as long as I live." "Why, Ray?" "Because today, for the first time in my life, I feel important." All the way to the airport, every now and then, I would see those big brown eyes staring at me in the rear view mirror and hear him repeating again and again, "You made me feel important." At the airport, Ray leaped from the cab and brought my luggage to the check-in station. Then I paid him, and he stepped close to me and hugged me, shocking a few onlookers, and there were huge tears rolling down his cheeks. "I love you, Mr. Og," he mumbled. "And I love you too, Ray," I replied hoarsely. Dead at midnight, a vision preceding a new way to treat everyone you meet. It's really easy to do, and what you'll receive in return can change your life forever. Try it. Rule 10 is beginning today. Treat everyone you meet, friend or foe, loved one or stranger, as if they were going to be dead at midnight. Extend to each person, no matter how trivial the contact, all the care and kindness and understanding and love that you can muster, and do it with no thought of any reward. Your life will never be the same again. Thank you all. Rule 11. I'm getting to a close. Laugh at yourself and at life, not in the spirit of derision. Ingay. Oh, mon naman. Teka lang, hanap ako ilaw. Rule 11, again, laugh at yourself and at life, not in the spirit of derision or whining self-pity, but as a remedy, a miracle drug that will ease your pain, cure your depression, and help you put in perspective that seemingly terrible defeat of the moment. Banish tension and concern and worry with laughter at your predicaments, thus freeing your mind to think clearly toward the solution that is certain to come. Never take yourself too seriously. Morning inside nga. Ay, outside pala. Ano ba yan? Doon ka doon. Never take yourself too seriously daw. Tama. Never take anyone else seriously. The most utterly desolate of days are those that have not heard the sound of your laughter. A good laugh is sunshine in any house. So never let a day pass without some outward expression of your happy side. Even when you're struggling with chaos, every time you smile, and more you when you laugh you. And more so when you laugh. Every time you smile, and more so when you laugh. You add precious moments to your life. Man is the only creature endowed with power of laughter, and perhaps is the only creature that deserves to be laughed at. The finest of all laughed, however, is that of the person who has enough self-confidence to laugh at himself. This shows the rare ability to look at oneself objectively, and if you can do that, all your worries will shrink in size. Yes, there are rules in order to play this difficult game of life effectively. But you must never forget that it's still a game that no one of us should ever take too seriously. If we don't manage to squeeze a little joy from this day, what is there? Laughing is laughing at myself, and certainly not taking myself too seriously, is a rule of the game that I have been keeping that I have to keep learning and relearning. Whenever I began to act a little too professional or pompous or fall into the famous author role, God always sets me up for another deserved tumble or to frighten me out until the next time. I had just spent several days visiting radio and television stations in the Atlanta area, and I was now being driven in a black limo to autograph books in a shopping mall nearly 2 hours from the city. My schedule indicated that on the way I was to visit a small Christian radio station where I would do 30 minutes on live radio with a gentleman known as Reverend John. Eventually, we pulled up in a store or a small white cottage with its white paint beginning to peel. My driver turned half apologetically and said, "This is it, sir, the radio station." Before I had reached the top step, the front door flew open and there stood Reverend John. Now I knew, naku, sabi ni Reverend John. Before I reached the top step, the front door flew open, and there stood Reverend John. Now I knew it. It was my man because he had Reverend John elaborately stitched in red above the breast pocket of his white jumpsuit. Welcome to our humble station, sir, he exclaimed as he embraced me. This is such an honor. We passed through what had once probably been a living room but was now cluttered with electronic equipments and piles of records and tapes. I could hear psalms being played as the Reverend led me to his studio in the rear. We'll be going on in a few minutes, sir. In just a few minutes. My host said, have a seat there and make yourself comfortable. Reverend John was nodding toward an unpainted table on which a microphone was perched precariously, attached to the boards by several nails. I slid myself onto the rough bench, wondering if the publishers, back in their plush Fifth Avenue offices, had any idea what they put their authors through. Then, to my great surprise, Reverend John lowered himself down alongside on with a bench, and it suddenly dawned on me that microphone on the table was the only microphone, and we were going to share it. Quite a change after spending days in all the glitz and glitter of the glass of Atlanta stations. But I assured myself I can take anything for 30 minutes. On that tour, the book I was promoting was The Christ Commission. And unlike so many interviews who never read your book before the interview, Reverend John had not only read the book but had prepared a long list of very perceptive questions on a legal pad, which he constantly referred to once went on the air. I was truly enjoying our discussion when, approximately halfway through the interview, a phone rang loudly in the other room. Of course, this studio was not soundproof, as most are, so that the rude ringing coming in the middle of the response to a question knocked me completely off balance, and I almost lost my train on thoughts as I fumbled to regain my composure. The damnable phone continued to ring and ring. Finally, an annoyed Reverend John glanced at his legal pad, asked me the next question on his list, and then, before my horrified eyes, turned, threw a leg over the bench, stood, and vanished into the other room, presumably to answer the phone. Now I'm talking to an empty bench and a live microphone, and I spoke very slowly, stalling, not knowing that I would do if I completed my response and my friend had not returned. Finally, I had exhausted that subject, and Reverend John was nowhere, and then for once in my life I did something bright. I reached over and slid his legal pad around in front of me, ran my finger down his list of questions, found the next one, and said, Reverend John, I imagine you're wondering where I got the idea for the Christ Commission. And for the next 14 minutes, I interviewed myself. Finally, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I had become so engrossed with my double role of interviewer and interviewee that I hadn't noticed that my host had returned. He pointed to the huge clock on the wall, leaned over, and said onto our microphone, Mr. Mandino, it was a great honor to have you with us today. I wish you great success with this marvelous book and a safe trip for the remainder of your tour. God bless. With that, he hit a button, and nearer my God to thee went out over the airwaves, which I sat back, wiping my brow. That's when I was reminded once again of that very important rule of life, telling us to laugh at ourselves. Reverend John was waving a file card before my eyes and looking pleased with himself. Mr. Mandino, I'm so sorry to have put you through that ordeal, but you handled it masterfully. That phone call was from the 80-year-old mother in San Diego, and the last time we spoke, she promised that the next time she phoned, she would give me our old family recipe for carrot cake. Laugh at the world, most important. Laugh at yourself. If laughter could be dispensed at your favorite drugstore, your family doctor would have you taking some every day. It's much better way to live. Cornyhan ako. Nakornihan ako sa kwento niya. Sayaw na, sabi ni Airbag. Rule 11, laugh at yourself and at life, not in the spirit of derision or whining self-pity, but as a remedy, a miracle drug that will ease your pain, cure your depression, and help you to put in perspective the seemingly terrible defeat of the moment. Banish tension and concern and worry with laughter at your predicaments, thus freeing your mind to think clearly toward the solution that it's certain to come. Never take yourself too seriously. Rule 12. Yay, konti na lang. Hanggang ilang rule kaya to? Never neglect the little things. Never skimp on that extra effort, that additional few minutes, that soft word of praise or thanks, that delivery of the very best that you can do. It does not matter what others think. It is of prime importance, however, what you think about you. You can never do your best, which should always be your trademark. If you are cutting corners and shrinking responsibilities, you are special. Act it, never neglect the little things. Teacher, student, factory workers, salesperson, executive, parents, coach, athletes, cab driver, elevator operator, doctor, lawyer, whatever challenges you accept in this life, whatever task you must perform for your daily bread, never, never neglect the little things. We are indeed living in an age that seems to be traveling faster than the speed of light. In our hurry upward, it is easy to fall into the habit of taking shortcuts or skipping some of our duties when you think we can get away with it. We forget the lessons of history and the warnings of wise men. To neglect the little things in whatever you are doing can be disastrous. Edison lost a valuable patent because he had carelessly misplaced a single decimal point. Robert de Vincenzo lost a master tournament because he had signaled without taking the time to check his scorecard, which contained an incorrect score. And I'm sure you once you recite Benjamin Franklin's wise words, for what of a nail the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse was lost, for want of a horse the rider was lost, and for want of a rider the battle was lost. Ang ganda. Ulit, sabi ni Benjamin Franklin, for want of a nail the shoe was lost, for want of a shoe the horse was lost, for want of a horse the rider was lost, and for want of a rider the battle was lost. It is everyone's dream, of course, to find work to do in this world, that one loves to do so much that one would be willing to do it for nothing. Unfortunately, this doesn't happen to very many. And so most of us, growing bored with our life's tasks, gradually ease off from doing our best, cutting corners whenever we can. Not to mention what this way of life will do to our immature yourself. Little things that are ignored or carelessly handled can often lead to larger problems that are certain to impede your progress. You're a special creation of God. Never allow anything that originates with you, indeed or materials or efforts or kindness, to be less than your best. Only the failures and mediocrities neglect the little things. A potent example of this example, but powerful truth. This enduring rule of life stands high above Liberty Islands in New York Harbor. Should you ever be in New York City with an extra few hours to enjoy after one of the several helicopters cruises that depart from the foot of East 34th Street on the East River, when you finally approach the lovely Statue of Liberty standing proudly in the harbor, pay special attention. Lady Liberty's steel frame supported copper body stands 305 feet above sea level. As your helicopter circles closer, look down at the top of the Liberty's head and note how every strand of hair has been painstakingly formed in careful and minute detail, just as is every other area of her gown and body. The delicate metallic coiffure on the top of her head undoubtedly required many additional weeks of Augustus Bartoli's shop in Paris. Weeks that the great sculptor could have saved, because so far as he knew, no one would ever see the top of Liberty's head. The statue was dedicated on October 28, 1886 by President Grover Cleveland. There were no airplanes in 1886. The Wright brothers would not even get their first primitive contraption off the ground at Kitty Hawk until 17 years later. Bartoli was well aware that only a few brave seagulls would probably ever look down at the statue from above, and certainly no one would ever know if the strands of hair had not been meticulously shaped and polished. And yet, The master artisan took no shortcuts. Every strand of hair, every curl is in place. Ang galing ni Bartol. Rule 12, never neglect the little things. Never skimp on that extra effort, that additional few minutes, that soft word of praise or thanks, that delivery of the very best that you can do. It does not matter what others think. It is of prime importance, however, what you think about you. You can never do your best, which should always be your trademark. If you're cutting corners and shrinking responsibilities, you are special. Act it. Never neglect the little things. Uy, salamat po sa 4 million people na nagtsatsagang mag-BG dyan. Salamat sa pa-BG. Rule 13. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new days as another special gift from your Creator. Another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self-starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again. Don't waste it with a false start or no start at all. You were not born to fail. Be a self-starter. Welcome the dawn of each new day with a smile. Grateful to your Creator for another opportunity to improve your yesterday's performance. So many of us scroll, fearful from our place of rest, raging that the new day will bring, never realizing that how we act during the first few hours will stamp its imprint on the entire day, as well as prepare us for tomorrow and all the other tomorrows that follows. How terrible to awake facing a day so bleak and painful and boring that all we have to look forward to is the merciful sleep that awaits us after the sun has set. There's a better way to live, to confront each morning with hope shining in your eyes, to welcome the day with reverence for the opportunities it contains, to greet everyone you meet with laughter and love, to be gentle, kind, and courteous toward friend and foe, and to enjoy the satisfaction of work well done during precious hours that will never return. That is the way to leave your footprints. Above all, greet the morning with a smile. Easy enough. Easy enough. Now it is simple act is a problem for you. Now, if this simple act is a problem for you, if you awake and feel you have nothing to smile about, don't despair. Happens to all of us. There are many days when even the most positive of individuals would much prefer to remain in the solitude of their rooms rather than confront a world that sometimes can be hostile and uncaring. All of us have down days, even the most powerful world figures, superstar athletes, and corporation presidents. Everyone now and then awakes with a feeling that he would much rather hide his head under that floppy pillow instead of inching along that choke freeway or making that first sales call or facing that nasty boss. Now, the next morning that you awake feeling terrible about all the aggravation with little reward that lies ahead, here's the perfect prescription to send you out into the world with an attitude so positive that you cannot avoid having a wonderful day. This simple trick or technique, or whatever you want to call it, has never failed, won't cost you a penny, and yet will do more for you than your orange juice, steak and eggs, coffee, or any motivational tape ever made, sending you out into the world with an attitude that is positive, powerful, productive, and grateful. Nakikinig ako. Thank you, Airback. Tuyo na lalamunan mo dyan. Sabi ni Isla. Airback, pagod ka na. Sabi ni Isla. Salamat, Airback. Salamat, Isla. Salamat sa inyo lahat. Merong 5 milyong taong nakabidyo dyan. All you have to do is turn on the sunshine and turn up the music whenever you awake feeling sorry for yourself. Is just pick up your morning paper. Don't ever look on that front page in the early hours, or you will really want to crawl into that basement and hide. Instead, open your paper to the obituary page. On that page, you will find a long list of names of people who would be absolutely delighted to change places with you. Even with all your aggravations, doubts, fears, and problems, try it. Whenever you're feeling low in the morning, you'll thank me. Hear the birds singing now. Rule 13. So pag daw, tingnan daw natin yung obituary. Ang daming taong gusto makipagpalit sa pwesto natin. Hear the birds singing now. So that's the rule 13. Welcome every morning with a smile. Look on the new day as another special gift from your Creator. Another golden opportunity to complete what you were unable to finish yesterday. Be a self starter. Let your first hour set the theme of success and positive action that is certain to echo through your entire day. Today will never happen again. Don't waste it with a false start or no start at all. You were not born to fail. Yeah, man. Rule 14. Hindi ka pa pagod. Uy, ano yun? Ano yun? Ano? Rule 14. Anong oras na ba? Parang gusto ng merienda nitong mga chikiting dito. You will achieve your grand dream a day at a time. So set goals for each day, not long and difficult projects, but chores that will take you step by step toward... Doon na muna bulat. Oo, dali. Doon muna ikaw. Toward, outside muna, outside. Oo, dali na. Almond. Again. Stop naman, stop naman, stop naman. Yo, yo, yo. Almond. Sit ka muna, sit. Sit lang, sit. Setting goals is easy, as with New Year's resolutions. Any of us can jot down long lists of things we hope to accomplish in the future, but then we continue to live exactly as we have in the past. Let's tackle that elusive but necessary project once more and let me help you. First, first a warning. Ay, malis. Ay, nasa wall pala ako. Walang, yan, o hindi na mga tumitingin sa camera. Let's tackle that elusive but necessary project once more and let me help you. First, a warning. Any goal that forces you to labor day after day and year after year, so long and hard, sorry, so long and hard that you never have any time for yourself and those you love is not a goal but a sentence to a lifetime of misery, no matter how much wealth and success you attain. We often are told that life is a journey. So-called motivational experts use the phrase incessantly. Book jackets proclaim it, and you can hear it on scores of tapes. Life is a journey. Sounds so eloquent. It must be true. Pipe organ music, and the very least, should accompany such a great wisdom. What the silly phrase is telling you that is that you must fight and struggle and work unending hours to get the first plateau of success. But hold on, that's not enough. Life is a journey. So take a deep breath, ask those you love to get out of your way, and continue to toil the battle. Days and nights, until eventually you arrive at your second plateau. Great, now you relax. Sorry, it's a journey. My friend, so take a deep breath and keep fighting and sweating and agonizing until you get to the next plateau and then the next. And then one day, Tolstoy, the brilliant Russian novelist, left us a powerful allegory of how man has already failed at fulfilling goals that have little to do with our happiness and enjoyment of the brief time we have on earth. A peasant named Pacom is certain that he will be a great success when he finally has much land as is contained in the vast estates possessed by the most elite Russian noblemen. That is his goal. The day arrives when he receives an amazing offer. He will be awarded, at no cost, as much land as he himself can encircle by running from sunrise to sunset. Pacom sells all his worldly goods in order to move to the far distant place where his generous offer has been made. After many hardships, he arrives and arranges to capitalize all his great opportunity the next day. At dawn, Pacom begins to run at breakneck speed, dashing into the bright morning sun, his goal fixed before his eyes. He races along with the blistering heat, looking neither to the left or right all day. He continues his swift pace, stopping neither for food nor water nor rest, his estate growing larger with each stride. Finally, as the sun disappears beyond the desert and darkness envelops the land, Pacom staggers to the finish line. Victory, his goal has been achieved, success, and then, with his final step, Pacom drops dead from exhaustion. All the land he needs is his 6 feet of earth. Success is not a journey. This day, like all the others, is a special gift from God. Set goals so that you will fulfill your potential for the day, even by going the extra mile. But let some of your goals give you joy and smiles and peace. And plan those daily goals so that they are but steps along the path toward the great dreams you hold secretly in your heart. Give yourself every chance to succeed, and if you fail, fail trying. Listen to that wise old Roman Seneca. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hope or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient. For he that is so wants nothing. The great blessings. Lobat na di pa tapos binabasa. Ay, teka, nga na ba battery ko? Meron pa akong 64%. The great blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it be, without wishing for what he has not. Despite a long and illustrious career, rewarded by both worldly recognition and material goods, a great American comic recently admitted in an interview that he has never been secure with his success. He said, I get the feeling sometimes that I'm going to wake up one morning and it's all going to be gone. Someone's going to say, that's it, fella, it's all over for you. And so, although past age 60, this multi-talented represent sa airback. Sige lang. I get the feeling sometimes that I'm going to this multi-talented man continues to run like Pacom, making endless appearances in theaters, nightclubs, movies, and televisions. His fans are glad he does. His fans outside. His fans are glad he does. But I wish he'd also stop and smell those roses now and then before the petals are blown away. We are all being swept along with the whirlpool of change, as Schopenhauer warned us. Where a person, if he or she is to keep erect at all, must always be advancing and moving, like an acrobat on a rope. How sad, there is a better way to live. You have to stop and smell the roses down. So the rule 14, bullet! Bullet down! Ayan na naman kami. Sinong gusto mag-eat? Sino nang mag-eat? Kakain ka na. Merienda, bullet. Bullet, gusto mo biskit? natin to. Rule 14. Matatapos na tayo mo. Mag-snack ka na. Wait lang, bullet. Na-lost ako. Sabi ni Rule 14, ay, bayan mo, you will achieve your grand dream. Wait lang. Wait lang, wait lang. Wait lang, oo. Mag-snack na ikaw. You will achieve your grand dream a day at a time. So set goals for each day. Not long, difficult projects, but chores that will take you step by step towards your rainbow. Write them down if you must, but limit your list so that you won't have to drag today's undone matters into tomorrow. Remember that you cannot build your pyramid in 24 hours. Be patient. Never allow your day to become so cluttered that you neglect your most important goal. To do the best you can, enjoy this day, and rest satisfied that when you accomplish to do the best you can, enjoy this day, and rest satisfied with what you have accomplished. Okay, break time po muna tayo. Kukuha ko lang po ng kukuha ko lang merienda yung mga dogs. Meron pa po tayong Rule 15, Rules 15, Rule 16, Rule 17. Ang dami pa pala. 17. Ay, hanggang 17 na lang. So, Rule 15 next. Break time po muna tayo. Pakisipan na lang po yung aswang. Charge ka na muna, airback. Inside, Mon, inside. Mon, inside. Dali. Back na po ako napapamerienda lang ng dogs. Pwede kaya magmerienda? One for you, one for you, two for me. One for you, one for you, two for me. One, two for me, ha? One for you, one for you. One for you. Ulit. Break time po kami. Napagod na po sila eh. Mga gulit. Finish na. No more. Finish na. Oh, outside na, outside. Drink water. Drink water. Bulit. Mon. Go. Ay. Ready. Ano yun? Okay, we're back. Naka 3 hours pa lang ako. My gosh. This is hard labor. This is hard labor. Almond, anong ginagawa nyo? Rule 15. Back to reading. Basa. Basa na po tayo ulit. Tumidilim na yung paningin ko. Never allow anyone to rain on your parade and thus cast a pall of gloom and defeat. Ulit niya. Dikit-dikit yung ano ko. Rule 15. Never allow anyone to rain on your parade and thus cast a pall of gloom and defeat on the entire day. Remember that no talent, no self-denial, no brains, no character are required to set up in the fault-finding business. Nothing external can have any power over you unless you permit it. Your time is too precious to be sacrificed in wasted days combating the menial forces of hate, jealousy, and envy. Guard your fragile life carefully. Only God can shape a flower, but any foolish child can pull it to pieces. Oh, wow. Life, Montaigne told us, is a tender thing and easily molested. There is always something that can go wrong. Often, the slightest and smallest mishap are the most troubling. Outside, no. And as tiny letters most tire our eyes. Oh, kagaya ngayon. So these little vexations most disturb us and cloud our day if we let them. We humans are extremely fragile animals. We can awake with the song of our lips and joyful anticipation of the hours ahead in our hearts, and then allow harsh words from another human, or snarled traffic, or a spilled cup of coffee to ruin your entire day. Never permit anyone or anything to rain on your parade. There will always be detractors, critics, or cynics. Cynics! Kaya, you are so cynic. Outside. Get out of my tent. Don't play ka doon, outside. Amon, finish ka na ng snack. Out naman, please. Kaya ko na merienda natin. Sarap fishball wet. Galit na kita, hindi tayo bate. Outside. Outside, Mon. I want my space. Out, yeah. Ulit. Wala ako. Never permit tapos na anyone or anything to rain on your parade. There will always be detractors, critics, or cynics who are envious of you, your skills, your work, and your way of life. Ignore them. They are like a bell at a grade crossing, clanging loudly and vainly as the train roars by. Your hours and your days are much too precious to be disturbed by these jealous group who never see a good quality in any human and yet never fail to see a bad one. They are human owls, vigilant in darkness and blind to the light, mousing for vermin but never seeing noble game. No one can ever distract you from being happy and doing your best unless you give them permission to do so. Remember that he who can suppress a moment's anger may prevent a day of sorrow. Sandy the Explorers, standby Mrs. Disqualified Vlog. Merienda mo dyan, Madam Beach Boy, pag-grab ka nga. Hehe. Yes, Sandy, thank you for tambay. Remember, no one can ever distract you from being happy and doing your best unless you give them permission to do so. Remember that he who can suppress a moment's anger may prevent a day of sorrow. Aloha, Kayi Emmanuel. The little misfortunes and stinging remarks of salamat sa pagpasok, Kayi, tsaka si sis, medyo busy pa, pasensya na. Ox lang sis, carry lang, salamat. Pasok mo naman dito, outside niya, ayoko dito ikaw. What is happening? Mega love shoutout kay sabi ni Bea Cor. Ano ba yan, Mon? Nainis na ako sa'yo. Outside niya. Ayoko dito ka. Doon ka doon. The little misfortunes and stinging remarks of each day, if dwelt upon and magnified, can do a great harm. But if you ignore and dismiss them from your mind, they will gradually lose all their force. Detractors are everywhere. Remember that envy, like the worm, is always attracted to the fairest apple. Franklin once said that those who despair to rise in distinction by their own efforts are happy if others can be depressed to a level with themselves. Mega mega love shoutout po sa lahat ng nandito, sabi ni Kayi Emmanuel. Mega mega love shoutout, Bega Core. You cannot make progress in your life as a hermit, so you must make contact with the world and its parade of misfortunes and critics. Yet you need never allow either to rain on your parade. Turn away from the envious. Never return their envy and venom with your own heat. Remember that kindling a fire for your enemy is like burning down your own home to get rid of a rat. Never stoop to his level. Brooke T. Washington, who rose from degradation and hopelessness as a slave, gave all of us a special lesson on living a life. Asan ba si Mom? Ikaw. Asan na yun? Ay, special lesson on living a better life when he wrote, I shall allow no man to belittle my soul by making me hate me. Ulit. I shall allow no man to belittle my soul by making me hate him. Think of those words the next time someone tries to drag you down to his level. Sandy, mega love shoutout, sabi ni Elma Abayon. Kayi, mega love shoutout, sabi ni Elma Abayon. Sis Elma, mega love shoutout, sabi ni Kayi. Nothing external can have any power over me. Let that be your motto. As it was Walt Whitman's, and it will see you peacefully throughout any day. Sis Elma, pwede ba na makatambay ang main ko sa dalawang live stream? Sabi ni Kayi. Many years ago, early one Sunday morning, I was sitting in a Texas diner just outside El Paso, enjoying my breakfast and also being entertained by a vivacious and perky blonde waitress who was smiling and joking with all of us as she rushed from table to table with her orders. Here was someone who was obviously enjoying her job and her life, and her attitude was contagious. All of us that morning felt a little better because of her. While I was sipping my second cup of coffee, thinking of the long drive ahead, an elderly man with a bulging briefcase slumped on the next stool took a hurried look at the menu and waved at our little waitress. She bounced toward him, flashed her best Texas smile, and said, "It's a great day, isn't it?" The old gent's mouth curled and he snarled, "What's so great about it?" The pretty blonde smile never wavered. "Well, sir, you just try missing a few and you'll find out. You control your life. If anyone rains on your parade and ruins your day, it is only because you allowed it. Never again, right?" You're ruining my day. Get out. Outside mo on. Ano talaga? Rule 15. Outside do. Get outside. Never come back. Never come back. Anytime the fool. Dito pa si ka sa loob. Si Almond talaga. Stubborn. You're so stubborn. Rule 15. Sige. Outside. Sasara ko na tong door. Hindi ka na makakapasok. Rule 15, never allow anyone to rain on your parade, and thus cast a pall of gloom and defeat on the entire day. Remember that no talent, no self-denial, no brains, no character are required to set up in the fault-finding business. Nothing external can have any power over you unless you permit it. Your time is too precious to be sacrificed, and my goodness, and I'm getting lost. Ano ba to? Your time is too precious to be sacrificed in wasted days, combating the menial forces of hate, jealousy, and envy. Guard your fragile life carefully. Only God can shape a flower, but any foolish child can pull it to pieces. That's the rule 15. Rule 16. Aray. Outside. 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 Doon ka naman. Search. Rule 16. Search for the seed of good in every adversity. Master that principle and you will own a precious shield that will guard you well through all the darkest month. Ano ba yan? Nag-snack ka ng almond eh. Bullet! Ano ba yan, bullet? Nawala na ilaw natin. Rule 16 again. Search for the seed of good in every adversity. Master that principle and you will own a precious shield that will guard you well throughout the darkest valleys you must traverse. Stars may be seen from the bottom of a deep well when they cannot be discerned from the mountain top. So you will learn things in adversity that you would never have discovered without trouble. There is always a seed of good. Find it and prosper. It was perhaps a year after I had promoted to the presidency of W. Clement Stone's Success Limited magazine, and with the help of Paul Harvey's commercials on national radio, our circulation was soaring to unexplored heights on the sales chart in my office, and then I made a terrible error in judgment. An error that was certain not only to slow our progress but cost our company a fortune. As soon as I realized that I had gone, I phoned W. Clement Stone and asked for a meeting where I carefully spelled out, with no punches pulled, how I had managed to foul things up. Mr. Stone listened carefully to my words, interrupting only a few times to clarify certain facts, and when I finished, I just sat down, feeling I had let him down, and waited for the axe to fall. My publishing career, I was certain, was over. Mr. Stone continued to study the ceiling, drawing on his long Havana cigar many times before he finally turned toward me, smiling and said, "That's terrific, Og." Terrific? How the man lost his mind. I had just cost him a small fortune while jeopardizing his beloved magazine, and he was telling me it was terrific. I said nothing, probably because I was in partial shock. Then Mr. Stone leaned forward, touched my arm, and said softly, "That really is terrific, Og. Let me explain why." Ano ba mon? The great man, The great man then proceeded to teach me a rule to live by that has been invaluable to me over the past quarter century. Carefully, he explained that although he realized what had happened to the magazine was a terrible adversity, he was certain that if we looked long and hard at our problem, we would find a seed of good in all that trouble, a seed that we could turn to our advantage. He reminded me that whenever God shut one door, another was always open. And for the next several hours, we discussed our problem for every possible aspect. Finally, as I look pages of notes, we worked out a plan that not only eventually they covered our heavy loss, but added greatly to our advertising revenue for many years. Those special hours were the greatest learning experience of my life. Always a search for the seed of good in every adversity. Bulit! Ano ba yan? Jesus. Ako naman, ako naman. There is no tougher rule to live by, and yet, after you have trained yourself to react to any problem with the words, "That's terrific," and then take the time to discover what could possibly be beneficial about your serious problem, you will be amazed at how often you will turn certain defeat into victory. Samuel Smiles, who wrote the first success book entitled Self-Help in the late 19th century, said we always learn more from our failures than from our successes. We often discover what we'll do by finding out what will not do. And he who never made a mistake was never known the thrill and he who made a mistake has never known the thrill of turning apparent loss into gain. Baba nga, Bulet. The principle of making assets out of liabilities is as old as man. Consider Santa's friend, the Eskimos, who have managed to survive for millennia by extracting the seed of good from their greatest adversity. They convert the only raw materials available to them, ice and snow, into igloos to keep them warm. An old golfing friend of mine says that the real test in life, as in golf, is not in keeping out of the rough, but in getting out after we've hit one in the tall grass. Championships in games and in life are won by those who have learned to cope with adversity. So, Rule 16: search for the seed of good in every adversity. Master that principle, and you will own a precious shield that will guard you well through all the darkest valleys you must traverse. Stars may be seen from the bottom of a deep well when they cannot be discerned from the mountain top. So you will learn things in adversity that you would never be discovered without trouble. There is always a seed of good. Find it and prosper. Pwede naman ako nakatambay din, sabi ni Elma. Ma'am Elma. Oh, what is this? Out muna po ako, mag-biking muna ako. Sabi ni, sige po, thank you po Ma'am Elma. Hello, what kayi? Sabi ni Isla. Rule 17. Realize that true happiness lies within you. Waste no time and effort searching for peace and contentment and joy in the world outside. Remember that there is no happiness in having or in getting, but only in giving. Reach out, share, smile, hug. Happiness is a perfume you cannot pour on others without getting a few drops on yourselves. Nathaniel Hawthorne, Bekor asela kung kay bay muna, sabi ni Emma, Isla, warned us long ago that it was much easier to capture butterfly than that elusive feeling called happiness. Happiness, he wrote, when it comes in this world, comes incidentally. Make it to the object of pursuit and it will lead you on a wild goose chase and never be attained. And yet, as Aristotle declared to the world, happiness is the meaning and purpose of life and the whole aim and end of human existence. Ulit, sabi ni Aristotle, happiness is the meaning of and purpose of life, the whole aim and end of human existence. Consider that hordes gathering in the cities each evening, searching for a few hours of happiness. How many millions of dollars do we spend each year purchasing pleasure of all sorts? Thus, does it work? Does it work? Are we happy? Recently, I conducted a small experiment that I had been talking about doing for years. One sunny afternoon, I took up a position on the corner of Fifth Avenue and 54th Street in New York City and checked the next 200 people who passed me, heading south. As I expected, less than 10 were smiling or even looking happy. Why? If happiness is a normal state, like good health, why aren't more of us enjoying it? We're probably not enjoying it because we're not even certain what it is. Most of us assume that if we had great wealth or power, we would certainly be happy. And yet I know several very tormented and lonely millionaires. Recently, on a fascinating cruise through the Panama Canal on the Royal Princess, I was amazed at how few happy faces were on the board this elegant luxury liner. Being pampered, waited on, and spoiled seemed to make no difference to most of the passengers. I should not have been surprised. If the ingredients for happiness are not within a person, no material success or entertainment or platinum credit cards can make that person smile. Thoreau, my old friend, had much to say on this subject, including, I am convinced from the experience that to maintain oneself on this earth is not a hardship but a pastime. If we will live simply and wisely, most of the luxuries and many of the so-called comforts of life are not only dispensable, but positive hindrances to the elevation of mankind. Remember the white knight in Lewis Carroll, Through the Looking Glass. When Alice met the old boy, he was loaded down with luxuries, a beehive to capture bees that might approach him, a mousetrap to protect him from the rodents, anklets around his horse's feet to guard against shark bites, and even a dish in anticipation of the plum pudding that some kind soul might offer him. Laden down with gadgets, the Knights is a perfect symbol of those who seek happiness by collecting money and objects and real estate. Happiness? A butterfly? Maybe not. Very little is needed to make a happy life, wrote Marcus Aurelius. It is also within yourself. In your way of thinking, you will search for happiness forever and fail unless you look for it within yourself, within your own heart and soul, and then share what you possess with no thoughts of any reward. Listen to George Eliot. It is only a poor sort of happiness that could ever come by caring very much about our own narrow pleasures. We can only have the highest happiness such as goes along with true greatness by having wide thoughts and much feelings for the rest of the world as well as ourselves. This special sort of happiness often brings so much pain with it that we can only tell it from pain by its being what we would choose above everything else. Because our souls see what it is good, that it is good. Because our souls see that it is good. It's good to have money and the things that money can buy, but it's good too to check up once in a while and make sure you haven't lost the things that money can't buy. Reach out to others. Happiness is only a byproduct of how you treat your fellow man. The time to be happy is now. The place to be happy is here. Learn and begin living the rules that have been delivered to you. Rules presented to you with much love, and share their message with others, pleading for your support. Only then will the butterfly come and light on your shoulder while the music box plays. There never was, nor will there ever be, a better way to live. Rule 17. Realize that true happiness lies within you. Waste no time and effort searching for peace and contentment and joy in the world outside. Remember that there is no happiness in having or in getting, but only in giving. Reach out, share, smile, hug, Happiness is a perfume you cannot pour on others without getting a few drops on yourself. The end. Signed by Og Mandino. Goodbye, my special friend. May the Lord watch between me and thee, and we are absent from one another. When we are absent from one another. Thank you, Og Mandino. So, that's it. Pansit. Thank you, thank you. Thank you po sa 3 million people na nakabidyo dyan. Maraming salamat sa pagtyaga dito. Hi, Tita Sandy! Sandy the Explorer. Maraming salamat po sa pagdaan. Gulo-gulo na ako dito kaya wala na akong nakafocus na camera or whatever. I hope you all are having a fine Friday afternoon. Tingnan ko nga itong si... pwede pala ako mag-report. Report natin siya. Okay. Bye, ingat ski sa pagbike, baka matumba ha, sabi ni Veyacor. Veyacor Merienda, salamat po. It's rest time. Mag-end po ako ng 5 p.m. 1 hour na lang po ako. Salamat po. Uy, Isla, salamat sa pagtambay dyan ha. Mag-end na ako ng 5 p.m. Bawat pag-ikot. Ingat, Teacher Elma, sabi ni Queen Jenny Airback. Thanks, Airback din ha. Salamat din ha. Puso
Come dito, iside dali. Kiss ko ikaw. Kisses. Kisses. Ayaw mag-play ni Bullet oh. Nakaiga. Ilasa pa ni Almond. Hanggat may umaga pa na haharapin ikaw lang mahalin. Ayan, panoorin niyo yung Fight of the Century. Si Almond talaga. Almond, ang gulo-gulo mo. Bullet. Puso'y lumaban man, walang magagawa. Pag ako nakagat yung dalawa, halagat ko yun. Bakit? Saan pa, kailan ka muling makakita? Ingin naman ni Almo. Kulang ang sakin. Hanggat may umaga pa na haharapin, ikaw lang ang mamahalin. Puso'y lumaban man. Aray ko, Almond! Ow! Ow! Bakit pa pasok ka ng pasok dito? Sino may sabi sa iyo yun? Do not enter. You're not allowed to enter. Shadow of a man raised to a window, crying in the night. The night glows in, tomorrow just another day. Happy people curse my way. Looking in their eyes, I see a memory. Never realized how happy you made me, oh Mandy. When you kissed me and stopped me from shaking. And I today, oh Mandy. Yesterday's a dream, I'll take the morning. I know the night goes into me. Happy people curse my way. Looking in your eyes, I see a mirror. I never realized how happy you made me, oh man. When you kissed me and stopped me from shaking. But I need you today, oh Mandy. Sa bawat ikot ng ating buhay, may oras kailangan maghiwalay. Puso'y lumaban man, walang magagawa. Kailan ka muli makakagan? Almond, dala. Ayan. Outside nga, bakit ka ba dito? You're not welcome here. Stay out.
Istorbo ka? Nakatulog ka talaga. Timpla ka na raw kape, oy. Sali ako. Rico, ang talaga. Ikaw talaga, asko. No! No!
Oh, tumutulong sa malayo. Say!
We had the right love at the wrong time. Guess I always knew inside I wouldn't have you for a long time. Those dreams of yours are shining on distant shore, and if they're calling you away, I have no right to make you stay. Somewhere down the road, our roads are gonna cross again. It doesn't really matter when. Somewhere down the road, I know the thought of yours will come to see. Silip ka ako, sikilip ka na.
Tulog ka muna.
Let you be alone with me, letting go. It's just another way to say I always love you so. Sometimes goodbyes are not forever. It doesn't matter if you're gone, I still believe in us together. I understand. Wouldn't you think I can? You had to go out on your own, so you can find your way back home. 'Cause somewhere down the road, our roads are gonna cross again. It doesn't really matter when. 'Cause somewhere down the road, I know the thought of yours will come to see. That you be alone with me.
Wala si Bullet. Tulog tayo dito. Dito ka na naman. Kiyaan mo ang kulit ko. Man ko. Man ko. Man.
I found a love, darling, I climb every mountain, swim every ocean,
Ari.
just to be with you and fix what I've broken. 'Cause I need you to see you are the reason I Just to be with you.
Don't go on.
Fix what I broken. I need you to see. You are the reason. Because of you. Fix what I broken. Need you to see that you are real. I started a joke. It started the whole world crying, but I didn't see that the joke was on me. Yeah. I look up the sky, running my hand over my eyes, and I fell out of bed, hurting my head from things that I've said. 'Cause I finally got it started a whole world leaving, but I only see that the joke was on me. Oh no. I look up the sky, running my hand over my eyes, and I fell out of bed, hurting my head from things that I said. Tapos na ang libro. Tapos na ang libro. Waiting na lang ako sa oras ko. This is the end, the end. Bakit mo? Bakit? Ay. Meron palang nakasulat sa likod ng book. Sulat pala rito. Ay, napakalaga. Ikaw, Almond. Diyos me. Sometimes when we touch, the honesty's too much, and I had to close my eyes and hide. I wanna hold you till I die, till we both break down and cry. I wanna hold you till the fear in me subsides. At times I'd like to break you and drive you to your knees. At times I like to break through and hold you endlessly. At times I understand you, and I know how hard you try. I know how much love commands you, and I know just how times have been the drifters, still searching for the truth. A hesitant prize fighter. Aray ko, Albert ah. Still trapped within my youth. Bullet to si Almond. Sana'y maghintay ang walang hanggan. Sana makilala mo kung iyong mahal. Mamo, speak ka nga, speak. Hello, you say hello. Hello? Aray. Abu chikik. Ik, ik, ik. Ay, chika, 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 ik, ik. Bullet baby ko to eh. Baby ko si Bullet. Oo. Kisses. Dream on, dream away. There is freedom within. There is freedom without. Try to catch the deluge in a paper cup. There's a bottle ahead. Many bottles are lost, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a world between us. You know they won't win. Now I'm towing my car. There's a hole in the roof. My possession is causing me suspicion, but there's no. In the paper today, tales of war and of ways, but you never see the end of the road while you're traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, and the world's listening. Is she out? Hi, you're out. Hello. Sige. When the world comes in, they come to build a world between us. You know they won't win. Ay, Mami Marites Vlog, hello po. Mega love shoutout to thumbs up dan. Thank you po, Mami Marites. Salamat po sa thumbs up. Now I'm towing again. Beat of the drum, and I'm counting the doors to the stars of your heart. Aray ko talaga naman. Patusok po sa premiere tonight at 10 host. Salamat po. Mami Marites Palapag po. Mami Marites Palapag po ng... Thank you po. Ay, nako. again with a beat of the drum, and I'm cutting the door to the time in my car. There's a window. Ito na naman tong isang makulit. Buti si Bullet mabait. Bullet, say hi. Hi. Ay, mo talaga ikaw talaga aso ka. Luka ka ng kulit.
Ilang beses ka ba pinanganak? Ha? Bakit ka makulit? Ay, di makulit yung mon-mon. Ha? Ang kulit naman yung mon-mon.
Mami Marites, palapag po ng ano. Ay, ano ba? Wala ba akong... Meron naman. Gagawin natin ngayon. Nakahiga na lang kayo dito sa aking tabi. Malapit na tayo mag-end. "25 minutes na lang, Mom. Sleep ka na." So, mag-sleep dito. So, mag-sleep. Ah. Dito ka mag-sleep. Ayaw mo dito. Inside ka sa room. Hungry ka ba? Nag-snack ka na. Gusto mo pa snack? Maaway si Bullet. Asan ba yun? Get mo yun. Ito. Dali. Punta ka na. Get mo yun. Magpapahinga kami ni Bullet o ikaw na lang ayaw magpahinga, Almond. There's a hole in the roof. All my possession is causing me suspicion, but there's no proof. I remember the way good to know the feelings of liberation and relief. Hey now, your dreaming is over. Talaga naman. Chabsak po. Mega love shoutout. Love of your life. Love of my life, can't you see? Bring it back, bring it back. Could take it away from me because you don't know what it means to me. Do you remember when this is not over and everything's all by the way? When I grow older, I will be there, watch your side, to remind you how I still love you. Hi host, hi sa lahat, sabi po niya. Andito ka na naman. Play ka na doon, dali. Do you remember when this is not over? Ewan ko sa'yo, Al. At your side to remind you how I still love. I climb every mountain, swim every ocean, just to be with you. Dali kasing kanmon. Fix what I've broken, 'cause I need you to see that you are the reason. Badit man, badit. Ano kaya niya? Away ni Monmon. Ay. Ano ginagawa mo, Mon? There's a kind of hush all over the world tonight. May budol. Oo nga. Tamsak uli. Salamat po sa patamsak. Add moderator. Bakit nakabaron lahat kayo? Ayaw na yata akong pag-LS ni Lolo. Just to be with you and fix what I broke. Ayoko mag-play mo. Huwag ka noisy. Bawal daw noisy. Mega love shoutout, sabi ni Isla. Mega love shoutout, guru. Lapit na po ako mag-end ng 20, ilang minutes na yun? 18 minutes. Ay, ano so nag-start? 18 plus 30. 18 plus 30. 48 minutes pala. 48 minutes pa po. to be with you. Fix what I broken to see that you are the reason. Yung isa nasa labas, yung isa nasa loob. Ano daw? Mega love shoutout, Madam Guru. Ay, mega love shoutout Guru, sabi ni Bea Cor. Climb every mountain, swim every ocean, just to be with you. Ay, ay ano ba yun? Bea Cor is, anong nangyari? Daming hinuhubadan. At tiniwaray nun. Salamat po. Salamat po ni Madam Elma. Malapit na po ako mag-end. Tatapusin ko lang po yung 5:30. Alin yun isa na pumasok? Alin dyan? Lahat siya yan. Yung pumasok, lahat siya yan. Ay, yung patamsak naman yung kay Mami Marites vlog. Yun yung main niya, yung nasa taas, Bea Cor. Patamsak daw ng premiere tonight, 10 p.m. Bea Cor. Ayan, Bea Cor daw, sabi ni. Sabi budol. Yung yan, yung mga ninjas. Si Mami Marites vlog, hindi budol. Main niya yun. Baka gusto mong tamsak yung premiere niya. Baka ako budol. Eh, live na pala si Mamita. Eh, ako live na si Mamita. Baka gusto mong manghuli dun ng isda. Just to be with you, fix what I broken. Need you to see that you are the reason. Darling, I promise you.
Say hi. Hi ka muna, dali. Clarity Mountain. Ano? Sweet every ocean. Smile. Picturean kita.
Hindi mo kilala yan? Love of your life si ano? Si Tito Ace. Diba? Isla. La Isla Bonita. And when December played, ang tagal lang 40 minutes. 39 minutes. And fix what I broke. I need you to see that you are the reason.
Makikita kaya si ano?
Hirap. Climb every mountains.
Roar. Roar like a tiger. Wow. I can fly.
Once in your life you find someone to turn your heart around, and next thing you know, is down the ground. Out na muna ako sis puto, sasaglit ako kay ate Divine. Okay, thanks Bayakor, Gora lang. Salamat sa pagtambay. Have a pleasant day, a pleasant afternoon and evening to you. Malapit na rin ako mag-end. Di ko close ko lang ng 5 hours. Just to be with you and fix what I've broken. I need you to see that you are the reason. Okay, thank you. See ya. Sabi ni Vayacor Planet. Salamat sisa. Maraming salamat. Once in your life you find someone who turn your heart around and down the in the end, it doesn't even matter. I tried so hard and got so far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Salamat po, Madam PowerPoint. Let me fly to distant land, over green fields, trees and mountains, flowers and forest mountain. Home along the ranks of the sky, would it stop and then the wind protects the shadow cast through, and my eyes are mirrors of the world outside, thinking of the day that the wind can turn the tide, and the shadows turn from purple into gray. Or just this skyline pigeon dreaming of the open, waiting for the day he can spread his wings and fly away again. Fly away, skyline pigeon fly towards the dream she left so very far behind. Salamat po, Madam Letis. Let me wake up in the morning with no more day to laugh and cry, to live and die in the brightness of my days. I wanna hear the ringing bells of distant churches sing, but most of all, please spring from the second metal ring, and open up to switch towards the sun. Or just this skyline pigeon dreaming of the open. Salamat po, Madam El. Waiting for the day if he can spread his wings and fly away again. Fly your skyline pigeon fly towards the dream she left so very far behind. Fly away, skyline pigeon. Madam Tisay, thank you. Ay, moon. Yan. 31 minutes na lang po ako. Salamat po, salamat. Magandang guro, salamat po. 30 minutes na lang po, mag-i-end na ako. Ano naman yun mo? Lahat na lang ng basura dinala mo rito. Mali naman. Welcome po, patambay muna. Mama is mental. Hi, Mama. Thank you for coming. Nasaraduhan ako ng classroom. Si Mamita, kaka-open lang ng classroom ni Mamita. Classroom yung classroom niyo talaga. Nandiyan ka sa loob ng classroom. Mama daw, sabi ni Ma'am Elma. Mama, are you there? Hello, Ma'am Elma, sabi ni Mama. Oh, may sakit yung black cat ko. Oh, why? What happened? Huhu pala yun. Sorry to hear that. What happened to your black cat? Dinala mo na sa vet? Galing na kami ng vet. Bilhan ko na din ng meds and RC recovery food. What happened daw to her? Her ba siya? O him? Ano sakit niya? Tanga-tanga kasi ako. May nagpintura sa labas. Di alam na lumabas ako. Pagbalik ko, napinturahan na wala akong madaanan. Anyari sa cat mo, sabi ni Ma'am Elma. Him, kita ko nag-strain sa litter box and would yowl for the first time. Nagkasakit siya. Ayaw kumain ng uminom yesterday kaya dinala ko na sa vet. Meron siyang vaccine. Ano sabi ng vet? Ano daw sakit niya? Anyari daw sa cat mo, sabi ni Madam. Meron completely vaccinated all cats. Bakit? Ano kaya naging sakit? Ba't pa siya nagkaganon? Anong findings ng vet? I have this sinking feeling na dahil bumili kami ng ibang food brand from usual. Oh, kawawa naman, sabi ni Madam Elma. Ano yun? Open na yung food na binili mo? O naka-sealed pa? Ang binigay nga is lactulose muna. Lactose? If hindi pa din siya makago, ipapa-x-ray ko na yun. Ay, sa digestion niya. Yung naka-repack na. Baka expired, sabi ni Challenge Queen. Oo nga, bakit repack binili mo? Sana yung ano lang. Sana yung in cans or kaya yung naka-sealed na 1 kilo. Usually I buy by the sack. Naubusan sila ng the other day. So 2 days sila nagtiis muna. Ay, ako baka nalangawan yun. Or expired nga, sabi ni Madam. Baka nagkaroon ng bacteria yung pagkain. Ako din ayoko ng repack eh. Kaya pag yung hindi kasya ng yung, di ba may mga repack na 1 kilo lang, ganun. Ay, repack. Yung naka-sealed na repack ng manufacturer. Nalipasan. Hindi ma'am, hindi nalipasan. Bumili nga siya ng repack, baka nga na contaminated yung repack na binili niya. Usually 7 kilogram na sack binibili namin. Oo nga, baka contaminated yung food. Okay. Baka contaminated yung nabili mo. Lahat sila o siya lang? Si Blackie lang? Anong pangalan ba ni Blackie? Blackie. Ano man pangalan ni Ming Blackie? Buti nga yun, one cat na lang na yun. Mama is med. Okay siya lang. Baka sensitive yung ano niya, intestine niya. May ganun eh. Kahit yung lahat sila, okay. Tas merong isa talaga na magiging sensitive. Si Miju? Nanibago siguro, sabi ni ma'am. Miju. Ano yun? How do you pronounce that? Miju? Pero same brand yun, binili mo. Kaya lang repack. Same brand din na kinakain nila. O iba din ang brand. Baka nga nanibago yun. Baka mag-okay na nga yun sa lactose. Ay, inumin mo rin ang Yakult. Isa yung dogs ko na gumagaling sa Yakult pagkasira yung tiyan. Nagrekomenda pa ako, galing ka na nga pala sa vet. Oo nga eh. He is 4 years old, medyo predisposed daw sa mga stomach issues kapag kapon. Kapon siya. Oo nga. Delikado nga. Ilang araw na siya, ganun ngayon lang. Oo nga no, Yakult pang reset ng tiyan. Kung inumin niya, may sunshine, okay. Kung inumin niya yung Yakult, try mo. Pero kasi ni-recommend naman lactose. Di try mo din yung try. Siyempre, bili mo yung rekomendado ng vet. Almond. Wednesday night, din kahapon ako nag-start mag-monitor, hindi na kumain. Kawawa naman, bigla ko tuloy na miscut ko. Sabi ni Sunshine. Baka nga masakit yung tiyan niya, yung tummy niya. Baka nagkaroon siya indigestion. At least yung Yakult, naman yun eh. Okay siya sa mga pets. Sa cat and dogs. Ewan ko lang sa cat mo, di natin maabi din. Ay nako, ayun na naman. Nagsisimula na silang guhuin yung bahay ko. Oh yeah, probiotics kasi. Oo nga. Nakatry na ba siya uminom nun? Konti lang muna lagay mo kung iinumin niya. Si Miyu yun o Miju? Pronounce ng as Y o J. Ay ko, grabe. Naapakan ako. Bulit talaga. Naman. Ay ko, inaapakan mo na ako, bulit. My Sunshine. At my Sunshine, masarap may pets. What happened to your cat? Sabi ni Mama is mental. Aray ko, nandun lang yung pet niyan. Na-miss lang niya. Siya lang ang wala sa kanila. Sinisira tent mo ka. Oo nga, naririnig ba? Tinutuntungan ako sa ulo. Nakahiga kasi yun. Ayan, aray ko. Bon! Ayan. Ay, hala. Nasira. Nasira pati yung handle ko. Ay, gosh. Natanggal. Bali na, malapit na naman ako mag-end. Haha, parang Blair Witch Project. Oh. Blair Witch. Nasira, oh. Itong pagbagsak. talaga naman kasi, ayan, bit-bit ko na lang. Para na lang pala akong ano nito. Ayun, sibulit. Eh, 19 minutes na lang ako. Magpa 5. Isakto ko lang ng 5. Siguro dog yung ginamit nila sa Blair Witch, no? Yung ganon. Scratch, scratch. Para lang pala ako naka-ano nito eh. Naka-cellphone na nag-chat. Kaya si mama. Nasa labas sila. Nako, ay sorry. Chichismis pa ako eh, no? Uwi din yun. Pasasambat uwi din yung cutscene. Ayan na sila Isla. Isla Bonita. And when the stars are playing. This is Penumbra. Penumbra. Ano na naman kaya bit-bit itong almond na to? Ano yan, Mon? Cap Minero Premier. Cap, kailan niya premier, mamayang gabi? Ano ba to? Mami Spento, at Isla di ko alam kung sinong La Isla sa messenger, yung sinisendan ko ng message. Kap, sa 28 po. Ala ka! Uy, mama, mamaya kung kanino ka nagsasend. Yung face ba niya yung nandoon? Mama, sa akin mo isend, sabi ni Nagsend na siya kung kaninong La Isla. Ang dami kayang La Isla. Na-send na niya eh. Baka ibang La Isla yun. Hindi mo pa pala na-receive eh. Ako na ang nag-send kay Isla. Baka maligaw. Eh pala, na-send na pala eh. Wala tuloy ako malagyan ng stand ko. Talaga naman, oh. Kasi naman tong si ano. Every mountain, see every ocean, just to be Ano ba yung sinira mo? Ay, si Almond talaga. Stop na. Niligay ko kay Highlandera Igolata sa baba. Same profile ko sa YT. Ng channel ko. Yes, mama. Send ko po kay Ma'am Elma. Sabi ni Isla. Nilagay ko Highlandera Igolata sa baba. Same profile ko sa YT. Oo nga, hindi ka naman ma-search eh. Lahat ng Isla, tiningnan ko, hindi yun profile mo ng YT eh. Bonsai, say hi. May sunshine dapol back. Galit na. Malapit na tayo mag-end. Ayan o, 15 minutes na lang. Nagsusungit na. Hello, doggy. Hello daw, sabi ni tita, mama. Say hello. Ayaw. Sabi niya no. Maano yung mahin eh. Ano na sila. Inaantok ka na kasi ito eh. When you say hi? You say hi. Mon. Speak muna. Hi. Come. Sabi mo come. Come. Sabi mo come. Hello. Hello? Dali, someone's calling you. May nagko-call sa'yo, oh, call. Tawag daw, hello, andiyan si Almond. Oh, may na maha, oh, mag-sleep na tayo. Madam Guru, ikaw ang mag-message kay Mama, sabi ni Isla. Pag-graduate, 2,380 po. Sabi ni Cap Minero. Ay, naku. Parang mga bata, no? Kapuntahan kita mamaya. Tingin ko kung meron pa akong ma-share. Bakit? Bakit? Sleep ka na. Sleepy ka na. Si Almond talaga. Come na, come. O, sleepy na yan. Sleepy na. Oo nga, sleepy. Isa na lang kulang. Isa na lang. Sige, tingnan ko mamaya ka pag-end ko. 13 minutes na lang. Stop naman mo. Kawawa na si Bullet. Kami dito, baby ko. Ika, baby ko yan. Baby ko to eh. Hindi natin ba si mama, no? Binugbog ka na naman. Mama is mental at my sunshine okay. Mama, kumusta yung medication mo? Napaayos mo na? Nagpa-adjust ka? No, ito na naman. Nandun yung Almond, yung isang, itong sinira mo, tingnan mo. Sinira niya, oh, yung isang pillow. Talaga tong Almond na to, eh. Lahat na lang ng pillow natin, sira-sira na. Ikaw magtahi kaya. Lagi mo na lang sinisira. Na daw? Cup Dan, sabi po ni My Sunshine. Thank you, Mama, sabi ni Isla. Ayan, Cup. Dan ka na raw, sabi po ni Madam. Grabe naman mo ni. Ang daming kalat, oh. Out ka nga, out. Galita kita. Bullet. Dali lang, papaglit ko itong Almond. Ay, naku, babalik na naman. Talaga lang, talaga lang. Ikaw, sit ka naman. Sit ka, Bullet, sit. Sit lang, say hi. Pogi to eh. Pogi, oh. Missy, missy, missy. Ako na lang kailangan mo po to. Sige, sige. Sige, punta ka. Cute ng legs. Ano, doggy? Dami yung balahibo eh. Ang lola nito ay ni Japanese speech. Lola niya. Tapos ang lolo niya, Jack Terrier, yung daddy ni Monmon. Tapos yung father niya, Coolie. Kaya ganyan yung tsura niya. Ayan na. You're a Coolie. Hmm? siya. Tignan mo, ang laki ng pose. Ang laki ng pose. Takot siya, gugupitin niya. Hindi pa kasi naligo, kaya ano yung balahibo eh. Dikit-dikit. Pandagdag sa aso. Anong gusto mo, Isla? Yung mabalahibo ka rin ba? Yung may tail niya, oh, ang ganda. Tail ng Japanese peach. Kaya masungit si Almond eh, kasi mama niya Japanese peach. Tapos yung daddy niya, Jack Terrier, yung maliit na makulit. Kaya wala tong buntot eh. Si Monmon. Ito si Bullet. Nakakuha ng balahibo sa lola niya. Ano yan? Mix. Oo. Oo, makulit niya terrier. Puro energy. Oo, ganun si Almond. Pero, kaya yung coat niya, coat ng Jack Terrier, tsaka wala siyang tail. Pero yung body niya, malaki. Body ng mami niya sa Japanese peach. Pero wala, yung anak niya, ito, kaya nakakuha si Bullet ng ng coat na ganyan. Sa lola niya yan. Sa mami ni Monmon. Si Almond walang kapaguran. Kahit mag-akyat babayan maghapon sa hagdanan, hindi napapagod. Oo daw, sumagot. True? Is that true? Oo daw. Sumasagot. Nakita mo ba ang mami mo tsaka daddy mo? Chinichismis ko daw siya. Analu Solano, hello, thank you Analu. Hello doggy. Parang gusto ko rin mag-live sa loob ng tent. Oo, tapos sama mo yung sama mo yung cat mo. Ay, Analu, sabi ni Mama is mental. Yan. Ito na naman si Alma. Alma, pakita mo yung tail mo. Pakita mo yung wala kang tail. Dali. Let me see. Ay, mo po. Hi sis, Mama is mental, sabi ni Analu. Analu, no ka rin Kenny. Parang ewan. Ayan, no, tingnan nyo. Kita ba? Ay, lagyan ko ng flash. Save, light, highlight, enable flash. Mon, may I see your tail? Ay, pakita yung tail niya. Yun lang yung tail niya kapranggot. Ay, patingin ng tail. Yun lang, oh. No! Ayun, no. Wala siyang tail. Nasaan tail? Stop naman, ang sungit-sungit talaga. Ito, baby ko to eh. Baby ko ikaw? Oo nga, baby ko ikaw eh, no? Bait to eh. Si Bullet, napakabait. Stop nga, Almond. Nasa tent ka pala. Oo. Nagka-camping kami sa loob ng bahay. Kasi ginugulo din. Mas magulo sila pag nasa labas ako eh. Pag dito, na-enjoy nila yung tent. Although, inaapak-apakan ako. Ito mo, ba ito? Ba ito eh. Pairam ng aso mo, pang takot sa pusa ko. Oo, ayaw nila ng cats. Naglayasan yung cats namin nung dumating yung mga dogs. Mas notorious sa cat yung nasa baba. Yung daddy nito, si Chimbo yung daddy niya nasa baba. Mas notorious sa cats. Napalo ko nga yun eh. Dati meron siyang na-deads na kuting. Umiyak ako eh. Kasi nakapasok yung kuting sa gate namin. Nakita nung dalawang dog sa baba. dinedok nila. Kala ko yung pinagkakaguluhan, pagkakita ko, nahataw ko silang dalawa, pinagalitan ko. Mabait, maganda nga merong cats eh. Ayaw mo ng cats, Analu? Ako gusto ko ng cats eh. Kaya lang dinededok nitong mga to eh. Hindi sila sanay sa cats. Ayan na naman. Ito ano to eh. Sungit tong si Almond eh. Ugali ng Japanese speech ng mami niya. Kasi yung pusa ko, inuunahan ako ng kumain sa ulam. Ano, lalagyan mo naman ng takip yung ulam mo. Ayun o, tingnan nyo, walang tail si Almond, kapiraso. Ayaw niya yan pag hahawakan ko. Magagalit. Tinatago. Sleep na, malapit na tayo mag-end. Points. Sabi ni Madam Tawa. Buti na lang sa akin. No, 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 no! Ay, Almond kasungit. Dito ka, baby ko. Tapos sinulog pampinggan, ang dami nang nabasag. Ang dami alipores ni Ma'am Elma. Sabi ni Mama is mental. Buti na lang sa akin, hindi kahit iwan sa lamesa. Siguro ginugutom ni Analu yung cats niya. Baka ginugutom mo, Analu. Paano kasi gutumin yung cats? Eh, naninitsit na si Madam Tawa. 2 minutes na lang po, mag-i-end na ako. Magpapasalamat na po ako sa mga channels na pumunta sa akin ngayong araw na to. Salamat po kay Vids Vlog TV, Highlandera Igolate, Queen J ni Airback, Milyonaryo yung Ujamot. Baka kasi puro sardinas ulam mo, Analu, sabi ni Isla. Kaya lang pag may ginagawa ko, gusto niya yun din ginagawa niya, sabi ni Madam Tawa. Kay Ate Mita, kay Mita Makabida, ang gandang Mita. Si Ate Nancy Tolentino, salamat po. Tina Indian Channel, si The Drifter PH, thank you po. Port Gas Day, Sito A, salamat po. Grab 1, thank you Grab Gamer. Kay Mamel Maabayon, tsaka sa mga sandosena niyang dose-dose ng ninjas. Kay Tita Sandy the Explorer. Kay Veacor Channel. Veacor Studio pala siya. Thank you. Kay Kai Emmanuel. Thank you, Kai sis. Kay Mami Marites Vlog. Thank you po. Mama is Mental. Thank you for coming. Katsa kay Analu. Thank you for coming. Haha. Kaya lang, pag ginawa, gusto niya ginawa. Hindi ko sila ginugutom. Malakas sila kumain. Parang ako lang. Eh, baka feeling nga nila sila. Talaga naman si Almond. Ano ba yan? Dito ka sa akin. Hindi yan, hindi ka bati. Hindi namin kabati ni Bula. Yan ka, labas ka nga. Nyaway ka, Bulat. Yan, tingnan ka bati. Analu, Isla, cat food na nga ang binili ko. Ang susing. Tawa na naman si Madam Tawa. Uy, alas 5 na po, mag-end na po ako. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Naka 5 hours po ako today. Analu, salamat salamat sa pagpunta. Isla naman pala ay ikaw ata nakikiagaw sa food nila, Analu. Siya Gizmo and Doggy. Thanks Mama is Mental. Sana gumaling na si Jiju. Jiju ba yun? My Knight in Shining Armor. Pumasok pa. Salamat po. Enda po ako. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you. Highlandera, salamat sa pagtambay. Isla, ayan, tumawa si Analu. Uy, Analu, mag-end na ako . Thank you . Thank you. Highlandera, salamat. Ma'am Elma, salamat. Salamat po sa inyo.